I'd like to call the meeting to order for the Board of Supervisors for June 26th. Roll call.
Supervisor Bennett.
Here.
Supervisor Parks. Here. Supervisor Long.
Here.
Supervisor Foy.
Here.
And Supervisor Zaragoza.
Here. And today for the moment of inspiration, we have Vietnam veteran, Mr. Forrest Friels. And I'd like you to stand right now because we are going to bring the colors in and then post them after his presentation. Followed by him, then we'll have Christina Portillo, who's going to sing a rendition of one of the American songs. So, Mr. Forrest, and then...
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I'm Forrest Friels, a relatively new resident of Camarillo. However, I settled in Thousand Oaks in 1973 after my discharge from the Army, and also a life member of the Veterans of Foreign Wars, Thousand Oaks Post Eric Huberth, 11395. As the 4th of July approaches, I've been asked to say a few words about myself, my service, and the military. I wore several different hats during my 7 years of active duty, 1966 to 1973. However, the hat I'm most proud of is the one I wear today. Vietnam combat veteran, helicopter pilot, 1st Air Cavalry Division, 101st Airborne Division. In my first tour in Vietnam in 1968, I was assigned to Charlie Troop, 1st to the 9th Air Cav, 1st Air Cav Division. We were the eyes and ears of the division. We all had and have and wore our traditional cavalry black Stetsons, which we don for public ceremonies and for other appropriate occasions. We are still in touch with each other via the internet over 40 years later. We are brothers. We have been there, done that, and we have the hats to show it. As a young man, there was never any doubt or discussion about whether or not I would follow in my footsteps of my family, which is a kind, friendly, loving family. I'm proud to say we are all patriots. We feel this country has allowed us the freedom to do our own thing, in peace, in hard times and prosperity, in war. We've served it in every way we could. I chose education, military service, entrepreneurship, and community involvement. The one most sacred holiday that we have is just around the corner today, Independence Day next week. Next Wednesday's holiday is so special to me, our nation's birthday, 236 years old. I will celebrate that occasion with my bride of 2 years, Catherine, along with a longtime Camarillo resident, and we will be with friends, family, each other. As a group, we recall the birth of this nation with patriotic music, barbecue, laughter, and love of one another, of this country, and life. I'm here today for this purpose. I can speak for all of us that will be in attendance that day. We wish all of you health, wealth, security, friendship, e pluribus unum, out of many, one. One nation, one state, one county, one family. Have a happy 4th of July and many more.
Thank you so much, Council Forrest. And we have a color guard from the city of Oxnard led by Sergeant Jimenez, color guard. And Christina then is going to... Okay.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched
tremendously. And now we're going to have one of the explorers help us with the Pledge of Allegiance.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I place my right hand over God. Ready? Begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you so much. You may be, well, let me release the post. Yeah.
Right, please. Oh, come on.
Forrest, before you leave, one of the supervisors wants to share something with you.
I
Supervisor.
just want to thank you. My brother was an 101st helicopter pilot in Vietnam, and certainly proudly wore his hat. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And I want to thank you tremendously, too, as I shared with you. My father was Second World War all the way. We had family all the way to Vietnam and Desert Storm and Iraq and Afghanistan. So thank you so much for being here today to celebrate the 4th of July.
And also, just want to say, Forrest was also on the Planning Commission with me and has been a longtime public servant in Thousand Oaks, and Thousand Oaks' loss is Camarillo's gain. So,
Yeah, and welcome.
And Linda, you've certainly been a friend of the veteran.
yes, thank you.
And I want to thank Christina for being here today, like always.
Yes.
Thank you so much, and your brother Phil.
Nice, very nice.
And the Oxnard Explorers from Oxnard PD, and I want to thank Sergeant Jimenez for being here this morning. Thank you tremendously. We're all going to celebrate the 4th of July. Thank you. Okay. Our next item is our minutes. Item number 5 is what's the pleasure of the board? Okay, so the first and the second. Okay. That's approved. And item number 6, Mr. Powers.
Yes, thank you, Chair Zaragoza. We do have a few agenda changes, recommended changes. All right. All right, here we go. On page 6, item 20, there's a revised agenda title to reflect the director of the Ventura County Health Care Agency, not behavioral health. Item 24, agenda title revised, remove the requires 4/5 vote. That's 24. Item 29, agenda title revised, should read solving cold cases with DNA grant, not solving.
Is that the city of?
Yeah, that's right. A lot of cold cases there. Item 46, agenda title revised, added, quote, filed by Agramin.
Where is this?
That's item 46, page 12.
And what's it? Okay, filed by. Okay.
Item 44, there's a revised board letter, exhibits 1 through 3. Now, item 46, there's an added exhibit 11, it's a letter from the city of Fillmore. Almost there. Item 47, added a PowerPoint presentation and support letters from Project Understanding and Many Mansions. Item 49, there's a letter submitted by Abigail Sischmeller. if I'm saying that right. And then lastly, on item 52, there are letters of support submitted by Margaret Tolberg, Don Janiro, Kirby Yale, Susan and Michael Reba, Audrey Morin, John and Elke Foss, Brett and Dana Tibbetts, John and Barbara Kirchhoff, Yvonne Johnson, Mary Hornwood, John and Bettina Gedney, William Hammer and Ned and Margaret Bartels. And that is it.
Okay, any revisions, additions by the Board of Supervisors?
Second.
Okay, let's vote on that.
Oh, nope, sorry.
Okay, now we're on item number 7, consent items 10 to 30. Any, okay, got a first and a second. Okay, let me see. Okay, that's approved. Then we have some public comments, and I have, we'll limit the public comments to 3 minutes. And we have a group, I understand, led by Iris Villalobos, who wants to speak. And I have, this Iris here, I have 1, 2, 3, 5, 6 cards. You going to come up? Iris, you're going to lead, or Cindy, or Len, or... Go ahead and state your name. And
My name's Felicia Gonzalez.
I picked the wrong one. Out of the,
Oh,
that's okay, Ann. Go ahead.
I live in Fillmore. I'm gonna be a freshman at Ventura College, and I'd like to keep the buses running because that's the only transportation I have to go to college, and most because my grandma's sick, so especially for the sick people, so they can be going to the doctors. But yeah. Thank you.
Is this a dial right over in the film?
This is about the whole transportation
The whole vista.
needs in the Santa Clara Valley, and Lynn and One Step La Paz, and how they've been fully engaged in the discussion.
Good, and I might want to invite you also to the VCTC meetings, and when we have, I think, our next meeting is the 13th, too. Thank you so much, and we are looking into the transportation issues under VCTC, and we're all members of VCTC also. And I want to thank all of you for being here this morning.
They all have something they want to say.
What's that?
Everybody has a little something.
Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Cindy. I live in Santa Paula, and I'm going to VC College this year. I am really concerned about the buses because, as Felicia was saying, we need them for transportation for college. And not only that, people need them for work because there's some people that don't have cars. And as my uncle, he's been riding the bus since he was young, and he doesn't have a car. And ever since I told him about the subject, he was, he had his concerns because it's a big decision that, that they get rid of all the buses. People have to go to work, people have to go to the hospital, and people have to go to college. And without transportation, then there's nothing to do.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you for sharing. Who's next?
Hi, my name is Miguel Garcia. I'm from Fillmore. I'm going to be a freshman in college, and we need the transportation to go to schools, and people that want to go to work, they might get fired because we need the transportation, and that's it.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing.
So, hi everyone. My name's Iris Villalobos. I'm the transportation I'm in charge of the transportation committee at the One Step Center. Transportation is really important for us in the Santa Clara Valley River. Not only do we depend on it for school, like our students, people depend on it, like they said, for work and getting to the hospital. Also, we've done some surveys in that area, and we found out that a lot of people would rather wait 10 minutes to take the fixed route instead of the dial rides. So I think it's really beneficial to establish a fixed route, from place to place. Like I myself take the bus from Piru to Fillmore and then to Ventura. And it's really inconvenient to have like the dial ride and then go to the BISA 126. So establishing a fixed route would be really, beneficial. And also regarding the time issues during peak hours, a lot of people are left behind due to the small buses. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Zaragoza and Supervisors. My name is Cindy and I Escoto, and I'm from Fillmore. And one of the concerns that I want to relay is the lack of transportation to Santa Clarita Valley, to Valencia. And one of the suggestions that was made in the surveys that we did take were also, again, extending the bus route. And we've heard that time and time again. And it would just be important for jobs and for people to commute to college and students. And we just want to relay that message to you guys again. So thank you again.
Thank you so much. Who's next?
My name is Lynn Edmonds, and I'm lucky enough to be the advisor at the One Step Center. And I want to thank you all. I want to thank Supervisor Long for being our representative, and all of you for looking at the whole picture of the valley, because that's essential for us. I'd like to remind you that Fillmore, Piru, and Santa Paula are all represented here, and that we are the poorest and the smallest areas and the most isolated and have the least bus service. We have the highest rate of unemployment, and that is directly related to not being able to get to the appointments to interview for jobs or to get to jobs. So we would like to thank you and ask your support. I would also like to do two things. One of them is to, Fillmore is a great place on the 4th of July.
That's right.
I would suggest you come out on public transportation.
Take the bus to Fillmore.
Take the bus to Fillmore and enjoy us for the 4th of July. So thank you very much.
Lynn and all the students, thank you so much for sharing. And absolutely, I think this information also needs to be conveyed to BCTC, our Ventura County Transportation Commission. And they know, because we're working on it. Working on transportation for the whole county, yes.
I was remiss on not thanking them. We have been working with BCTC for 3 years now.
Right.
Fantastic.
And I know they're working hard to improve it, so thank you.
Thank you so much.
We also have a teen council now. I don't know if any of the students here may be interested.
Never been accepted.
Okay. Well, hopefully we'll get some in there. I think it's important to have representation there. Thanks.
And thank you so much again for sharing this morning.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we have Marina Porsche. Marina and then followed by Delroy.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Marina Porsche. I'm Assistant County Counsel, but I speak today solely on my own personal behalf, expressing my own personal views. I request an investigation into whether or not there has been nepotism in hiring in the County Counsel's office. Last year, in May of 2011, County Counsel Leroy Smith hired his niece, Jacqueline Smith, for a civil attorney position in the office, and I am very concerned by the following circumstances. In the 2 recruitments prior, going back the previous 5 years, the position was posted for multiple weeks. I am told that this position was posted for 1 week. In the 2 previous recruitments, office management encouraged the attorneys to contact prospective contacts and spread the word. I did not know of this recruitment until after the position was closed. The County Council Association has a website where the County Council Associations broadcast job announcements to one another when they have openings in their offices. This recruitment was not on the County Council Association website. I did look, going back the previous 5 years, and there were 2 previous recruitments by Noel Claybaum on the website. On July 28, 2006, Noel Claybaum announced a recruitment open 49 days. And on October 19, 2009, Noel Claybaum announced a recruitment open for 25 days. I am told that Ms. Smith's recruitment was open 5 days. In the prior 2 recruitments, I am told that between 10 and 15 prospective candidates were interviewed. I'm told that Ms. Smith's recruitment resulted in only 2 candidates being interviewed, Ms. Smith and one other person. In the 2 prior recruitments, I'm told that the 3-person interview panel conducting the interviews was composed of 2 staff-level attorneys and 1 at-will appointee of the county council. I'm told that in this recruitment, the panel was composed of 2 at-will appointees of the county council and 1 staff-level attorney, and that all reported to the county council. I'm told the interview panel consisted of Michael Walker, Alberto Boada, and Cynthia Krause. The 2 previous county council recruitments that I found that Noel Claybaum had announced on the job posting website occurred in the 2006 and 7 timeframe and the 2010 timeframe. Looking at the California bar admission dates of the attorneys that were hired, based on the 2006 and 7 recruitment, attorneys were hired with 6 years, 14 years, 16 years, and 6.5 years. And in the 2010 recruitment, attorneys were hired with 3 years, 4 years, and 5.5 years of legal experience based on their bar admission dates. At the time of her hire, Ms. Smith had been admitted to the California bar less than 6 months. In the 2 previous recruitments, the attorney hires brought to the table significant prior work experience as practicing attorneys with other employers.
Marina, can you sum it up? Sum it up. Your time's up.
All right. With plenty of experienced attorneys looking for work, I cannot comprehend the rush to fill a position with an inexperienced attorney. I note that Ms. Smith's recruitment was the first attorney recruitment under the leadership of County Counsel Leroy Smith. The County Counsel engineered this hiring process, knowing his niece was applying. With an abbreviated recruitment period, narrow applicant pool, and at-will stacked interview panel, it is my opinion that the County Counsel signaled his desired outcome. It is also my opinion that under these circumstances, even if Mr. Smith did not sit on the interview panel.
Thank you, Mr. Porter. Time's up. We have quite a few other speakers, and thank you for sharing that with us, and I'm sure that staff's listening to you, to your concerns.
All right, I'll finish my sentence, and then I will stop. It is my opinion that even if Mr. Smith did not sit on the interview panel, the interview panel cannot be reasonably considered independent. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Della Ray and Greg Underwood, followed by Greg Underwood.
Good morning. My name is Al Delorey. I'm here to present a demand letter that an environmental impact report be prepared for speed humps. Speed humps are put in for political reasons and not for the safety of citizens. I challenge your traffic engineer to present just one study that says that speed humps save lives. One reputable, peer-reviewed study. There are none. The Institute of Transportation Engineers, they wrote the book on speed humps. They can't and they don't say the speed humps save lives. U.S. Department of Transportation and Caltrans, they don't approve of speed humps and they don't install them. During the 5 years in Oxnard, there was 1 pedestrian fatality on a residential street, and that was on a street full of speed humps and within 90 feet of a speed hump. 1 out of 8 people will die of a sudden cardiac arrest. A sudden cardiac arrest is when you have 10 minutes before the first onset of a symptom and death. A defibrillator carried by the fire department cures this treatment. These are perfectly healthy hearts, but for electrical reasons they stop. They're not going to die, they're going to live. The response time is the most important factor. 80% of the people will die within 5 minutes. So you have to get within 5 minutes to save them. If you live 2 miles from the fire department, you have a 50% chance of surviving a sudden cardiac arrest. If you put in 6 speed humps, just 6, you reduce that from 50% to 20%. Assuming that there are an average of 3 people per household, then 33% of the households will have a sudden cardiac death of all the people in this room. Next time you vote for a speed hump resolution, ask yourself, how many minutes do you want to delay a fire truck to one-third of the homes who will have a sudden cardiac death? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Greg Underwood, followed by Clyde Pratt.
Mr. Chairman and members of the board, I'm chairman of the Somas Municipal Advisory Committee. We've only been in existence for 4 months, and I want to thank Supervisor Parks for giving us birth. In that period of time, we've had an opportunity to review 2 major EIRs on the Somas intersection. And I'm speaking regarding the Caltrans EIR this morning and their proposed project at the intersection of 118 and Somas Road. We've written our comments to Caltrans already. This project has been hanging over the head of the Somas community for about 20 years now. There's an opportunity now to resolve it in a very positive way, but that does not mean going ahead with the Caltrans proposal. We've written a letter to you detailing the reasons why the no-build alternative is the one that Caltrans should choose. One, the other alternatives are way oversized for what is needed. The intersection would be built out to accommodate 4 lanes through the Las Posas Valley. It does not fit in with the county general plan, and it is environmentally damaging and would dramatically affect the town of Somas and the Las Posas Valley. At the public meeting to review the DIR, the community universally supported the no-build alternative. The MAC, Save Our Somas, and the Somas community have come out in support of the county plan for realigning Donlin Road. We have encouraged Caltrans to work with the county to make the county plan the most efficient possible. Here is an opportunity to improve the intersection to a level C, which should serve for the next 20 years. It will relieve congestion and better serve the community of Somas and Las Posas Valley by moving ahead with the county plan and not the Caltrans plan. We request that the Board of Supervisors also urge Caltrans to select the no-build option and cooperate with the county on its project.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So I have Clyde Pratt, followed by Patrick Richards.
Hi, my name is Clyde Pratt. I'm a resident of Somas and currently the president of Save Our Somas. I regard this as a landmark opportunity that is being presented to us. Public Works came out with a proposal for our intersection a couple of years ago. We in the community have worked diligently with them, and I think we have an outcome that we can all be proud of. This is an intersection that will be safe, it will be effective, it meets the needs of the community as well as the county, and it's funded. A large part of that funding came from a tax assessment in our neighborhood, I understand. So I think this collaborative work is something that you would all aspire to, and I'm very pleased with it. Now we are faced, as Mr. Underwood said, with a proposal from Caltrans and a very large additional EIR. Our group and council, including traffic engineers and hydrologists, have evaluated that and will be submitting about a 25-page critique of it. I can tell you the document is deeply, deeply flawed. And if anything other than the no-build alternative is chosen, our organization will challenge it. It calls for, in its worst-case situation, right-of-way that would allow for 14 lanes of traffic going into the intersection and 11 going out the other side. And so all of the positive aspects of the county project will be dwarfed if Caltrans chooses to move forward with it. So we are strongly urging the board to recommend the no-build alternative to Caltrans so that the state agency can recognize the depth of feeling on this particular issue. I believe we've saved save the day here with something, as I said, that is the result of a lot of work over a lot of time, careful thought, and something that I think we can all be proud of. So there are other speakers, so I will leave it at that. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. And it's Patrick Richards, followed by Edward Arkin.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Patrick Richards, 4291 excuse me, Blackberry Lane in Somas, also a member of the recently formed Somas MAC. A little hard to follow Mr. Underwood and Mr. Pratt with regards to anything new to add. I am here to request the board give serious consideration and hopefully abide and accept the recommendation of Supervisor Parks with regards to the no-build project. Simply put, the Caltrans project is significantly premature in its proposal, and as Mr. Pratt has indicated, it would significantly dwarf the efforts that have been put forth by the county to realign Donlin Road. So with that stated, I would again just encourage the board to accept the recommendation of Supervisor Parks regarding item 52 on your agenda. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Edward Arkin, followed by Lita Vallejo. Vallejo.
Good morning. I'm Edward Arkin, Somas resident. Good morning to Mr. Chairman and the members of the board. To save time, much of what I was going to say has already been said by Craig and Pat. So I do want to say just this last paragraph that I urge the Board of Supervisors to recommend the no-build option to Caltrans and to urge Caltrans to fully cooperate and collaborate with Public Works, especially in terms of signalization, left turn lane extension, and to make the county's realignment project as successful as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Arkin. Lita, you're next. And she's the last speaker that I have on this item.
Good morning, honorable supervisors.
Good morning.
I used to work in this room when my hair was still completely black. Now it's completely gray. I don't know what happened. But anyway, Mr. Bennett, you replace Mrs. Susan Lacey. Fortunately, she had her downfall when she went with the wrong people with the mental health, and we were in the opposite ends. Mrs. Parks, you preceded Mr. Frank Shillo, one of the supervisors that gained my respect. I hope you'll do the same thing. Mr. Powers, I really don't know you. Mr. Zaragoza, I would say you replace Mr. John Flynn.
Yes.
It's not that bad. Mrs. Catherine, you're still here. I hope you wouldn't mind. I would advise you enjoy being a county supervisor, but go more often to fitness center. Mr. Foy, my supervisor. I'm from Moore Park, fellow rancher. Okay, I'm a citizen of this country for 4 decades now. In other words, when I migrated to this country, I was a young college mathematics and nuclear physics instructor from the Philippines, one of the 4 that can teach the subject matter only at the time. Now, I'm sure it does not mean anything. I'm not saying that I'm smart, but I know just a little bit. That's more than enough. Okay, so I came here just really, when I found out most of you I do not know anymore. So I just came here to just remind you that you were elected to serve our country, not to rule over us. Unlike someone up there in Washington, D.C., that she thinks that he was elected to be the king, to be the ruler of the great United States of America. Thank you very much. And Mr. Foy, one of these days, I hope to visit you in your office as my county supervisor. Thank you, and enjoy.
Thank you for sharing. Okay, that was the last item we had on that particular item. And now we have a time certain item 49. Oh, I'm sorry. We're going to try and get this. I'm kind of... getting ahead of. Item 49,
Mr. Dorsey's going to come.
Dorsey?
in. Yes.
and then we're going to have item 52, about 9:30, hopefully.
Thank you, Chair Zaragoza. Paul Dursey from the County Executive Office. Item 49 is our annual year-end budget cleanup board letter. We call it our cleanup board letter. We have a total of 17 recommendations. Most of them are relatively routine, but I want to bring some of the more significant ones to your attention. Item number 4 is $950,000 transfer from our contingency to cover vacation and termination payouts that were over our projected budget. We had anticipated $11.2 million. It ended up being 12, a little over $12 million. Next year, we're budgeting for $12 million. So 12 and 15 are our recommendations. 12 and 15 are contributions to the Parks and Library to partially fund some of their backlogs and required maintenance. As budget times are tough, some of the required maintenance starts to build up a real backlog, so our contribution from the general fund to these departments will help eliminate some of that backlog. Number 13 is $4 million from VCMC, just an adjustment in their coming out of their unrestricted net assets, but it is significant just in the dollar amount, but it's all within the VCMC fund. And then number 17 are cash flow loans from the Harbor, Parks, and VCMC. Right now, we don't anticipate medical center needing a cash flow loan, but this is just in case that the state slow pays it toward the end of this month, just in case. The other two are necessary just for timing and cash flow purposes. And then lastly, number 3 is, and I believe there's a number of esteemed people here who would want to discuss that one, and that is our recommendation to make a contribution, over $100,000 contribution to cover 2 years at $50,000 a year to help support the East County courthouse. So, and at this time, I'll leave it up to your board for any questions, and I would request approving all the recommended items.
Thank you, Paul. I have, I'm not sure if I have any comments, but I have 4 speaker cards. Supervisor, you want to share at this time?
I would just have the one question regarding the East Valley Courthouse. It indicated in the report that the cities also are contributing. Do we have some figures on that?
The courts may know more about that, but right now they're still working with the cities on trying to coordinate that. Okay. The idea is I think they need $275,000 and $50,000 would be our anticipated contribution toward that $275,000. So they're working with the city. I believe a number of cities have committed to that, and I think they're still working try to coordinate all of that.
So I know it has the same kind of effect as when they were discussing closing the East Valley Sheriff Station, that you have, among other effects, that you have officers having then to travel farther, and I think that there's a lot to be said for having that location available.
I can't disagree, and that would be our recommendation also. We would support that, correct.
Okay.
I'd appreciate hearing from any of the speakers if they have any cities that have committed or are close to committing. Thank you.
I have 4 speakers that like to. Let me call the speakers up first. 3 minutes. The first speaker is Assistant Chief Jeff Goba from Highway Patrol, and he's going to be followed by Mike Siddell from City Manager from Simi Valley.
Good morning, Mr. Zaragoza, members of the board. Thank you for indulging me this morning. My name is Jeff Scoba. I'm an assistant chief with the California Highway Patrol out of Coastal Division. And the Highway Patrol is broken up into 8 field divisions. Coastal Division runs from Santa Cruz down to the LA Ventura County line down here. And I'm responsible for 6 of those commands in Ventura and Santa Barbara County. 13 CHP offices in 7 counties encompasses our division, again, which goes from Santa Cruz to the Ventura County line. Now, in our budget in Coastal Division, we have a $2.2 million budget, and court overtime accounts for over 80% of that entire budget. In Ventura County specifically, they lead this division. So of those 13 offices within Coastal Division, Ventura County accounts for over 84% of our non-discretionary overtime. So that's the vast majority, obviously, of our overtime. Now, and that goes to court costs, officers appearing in court for one reason or another. Basically, the economy has a lot to do with that. Increased court assessments and fines, judges' reduction of fines in court trials, And another reason that we've discovered is procedural too, with the county of Ventura, and perhaps streamlining their processes a little bit to reduce this overtime. Moore Park, for example, I'll be specific. Moore Park is that area directly closest to that Simi Court. We did a run just in overtime for April of this year. Over 93% of Moore Park's overtime was spent in court, officers spent in court. Year to date, they have almost 2,000 hours of time, officer time spent in court. Last year, they had 2,800. So we're well on a path to doubling that this year. Moore Park's officers, they routinely staff about 6 officers working Monday through Wednesday, which are the same court dates currently available. And of those 6 officers, 3 to 4 will be in court on any given day. So with the closure of that court, we're figuring on adding at least 2 hours of travel time, because simply because of traffic, finding a parking space down here, and our responsibility to stop for vehicles who are stopped on the side of the freeway or making a proper enforcement stop when they're necessary. So while currently a vast majority of that court time is spent probably 45 minutes at a clip, where the officers will appear and the case will be dismissed for one reason or another, or reduced because the person coming to the trial, the defendant, decides to go ahead and plea out. We can add 2 hours to that now. So you're leaving now 2 to 3 officers on that beat for the entire section of Moore Park, which is an extremely busy area. And we pride ourselves on proactive patrol. Proactive patrol reduces accidents, reduces crimes, and helps provide the level of service that we as taxpaying citizens expect from our law enforcement professionals. So our proactivity on patrol now will be severely impacted. Ventura County, I'm proud to say that 27 years ago, I broke in on the highway patrol in Ventura County. I learned how to be a law enforcement officer in Ventura County, and I will never forget my time here. One thing I'll always remember about Ventura County is our ability to work together on several different levels. And I came here, in fact, I was promoted into Santa Barbara as a commander in 2004 when we opened up the Moore Park office, which was a multi-jurisdictional, combined collaborative event. When I reflect on this possible closure, I can't help but think and project out 5 years from now. And I'm very passionate, as you may be able to tell already, about our responsibilities to provide safety and service to the public and save lives. I just hope that 5 years from now, when we look back on today, and when we see accidents increase and the level of service decrease, and people being subjected to exposure to passing traffic because there's not a highway patrol vehicle there to respond to provide prompt service, that we don't look back and say, what happened and what could we have done to prevent the situation that we're in now, being 5 years from now with no court in that region.
Thank you, Chief.
So with that, I will leave it for your consideration. And again, I appreciate the time and your indulgence this morning.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
And we have
John, real quick.
Yes, go
Chief,
ahead.
I appreciate
Chief.
you coming all the way down from San Luis to be here with us, and you have your 2 commanders from East County and West County here with you, and I know that we had met and he had gave us some of that same issue, the passion they have for public safety, the crime and everything else that goes with. This is not, I know we're probably, as you said, out of the 5 or 6 counties you have oversight, we're probably one of the more difficult ones that is with this closing, and the judge and Mike Planet and the rest of them have to deal with, but I know how passionate you are about this, and appreciate coming all the way down here today.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
And thank you, too, for your excellent work and all the patrolmen that travel the state from one end to the other.
Well, thank you. It's our honor to serve you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Mike Siddell, followed by Mary Beth Jacobson.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, appreciate being here. Mr. Powers, appreciate being here today. And I'm speaking on behalf of the city of Simi Valley. We are concerned with this. It's not a parochial issue. It's an issue of access to justice for the entire county. It's an access to justice for the East County even more so. I've spoken with the city managers representing this issue and have talked extensively with your staff. Who've been great to work with in trying to look at the impacts of this issue on a regional basis, because there really is significant regional issues involved for public safety and access to justice. Because of the location, when I talked to the city managers looked at what would be an appropriate balance of resources if the city councils were to come in with resources to try and support this plan. And those that were most impacted, such as Simi Valley, were to dedicate a greater amount or percentage of that money that needed to come forward to make this plan work. No city has yet turned it down. Some cities are still considering it, and at this point, Simi Valley, to answer the question that came up before, Simi Valley has committed $75,000. Moore Park has committed, I believe it's $25,000 at this point. The other cities are still considering it. Camarillo is looking at it in their budget. Their staff is recommending it. They will be looking at it in their budget over the next couple of days, I believe. Tomorrow night, I think they will be considering their budget. Thousand Oaks is still looking at a contribution. The city of Ventura is looking at a contribution, and the city of Oxnard also is. We're hopeful that they can all participate and will all participate, that we are confident that with everyone's participation we can make this plan work. We are also talking with the state to see if there's further things that the state can do to help facilitate the problems that the chief just described to you that they're going to have. We have seen everyone coming together to make this work. It's a regional issue. It's a critical issue for all of us, and we appreciate the board's working with us on this. I can answer any questions the board has about cities. I'd be glad to try.
Supervisor?
I just have one question. I appreciate your ability to work with all the other city managers and stuff. How do you make the pitch for the city of Ventura in terms of benefits from the city of Ventura's perspective?
The amount of, or the impact that's going to happen with the courts, and I'll let the judges maybe speak to part of this because I know they're going to speak today, but what's going to happen with the courts if all 17,000 cases come from the East County Courthouse to Ventura Courthouse will basically backlog the amount of court cases that can get through the system here in a reasonable amount of time. And as such, first of all, as I understand, the parking here is a tremendous problem, but that's probably the least of the concerns. The bigger concern is how long people have to wait to receive that access to justice. Can they get up in a day? Can people be able to get here in a day, get back to their areas? When they get here, how crowded will it be? And so even people in Ventura will be waiting longer to have things heard. Their officers will be off the streets to a longer period of time. They clearly won't have the amount of impact that the East County will have, and that's why the contribution from Ventura that's being requested is $15,000, whereas this, a much bigger city than Moore Park, who had $25,000, and Simi Valley, of course, just slightly larger at $75,000. So we've looked at those impacts to the communities and tried to gauge it.
Mr. City Manager, thank you so much, and thank you for sharing. And I understand you're a short timer now.
Yes. Yeah.
About a week or so.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much.
Let me also say, Mike, you talked about Simi Valley, Moore Park. We're talking about the 75, the 25. That's per year.
Correct. That's for the first year of two-year commitment.
We talk about our $100,000, but you're making a $150,000 commitment. Moore Park's making a
The goal here, correct. The goal here is to try is a 2-year commitment, but in that 2 years to try and work with the state to look at the distribution of the resources. It gives us some breathing time. It's a bridge loan, so to speak. To give us breathing time to try and work with the state. The amount of money that comes to the trial courts here from the state and the total distribution statewide of trial court funding is 1.7%. And that's a tremendously low number to try and survive on for the courts. And they've been very good at surviving on that low number, but they've come with the cuts that are now out there at the state to a level they just can't do it. We need to help with that bridge, and they've worked with us. We're working a very cooperative relationship now, which we've never seen before, in an intergovernmental cooperative approach to try and resolve this problem over the next 2 years and get a greater share for these courts in Ventura County to deliver justice here.
Thank you.
Mr. Sedale, I just want to say a lot of it has to do with you going out to the other cities and your reputation and your ability to get that kind of collaboration, and I just really appreciate your good service to our county now.
Thank you. It is the whole county. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, Mary Beth, and followed by our Honorable Vince O'Neill, presiding judge. He'll be the last one to speak.
Good morning, Mr. Chair,
Good morning.
members of the board. I'm Mary Beth Jacobson, Government Relations Manager for the Simi Valley Chamber of Commerce. and I'm here today to urge you to find a way to keep the East County Courthouse open. In an economic environment that continues to challenge business, closure of the courthouse will just make it that much more difficult for the East County business community to succeed. Businesses rely on ready access to the judicial system to address commercial issues ranging from small claims collections to major civil litigation. Currently, if the East County business owners want to address a legal issue, they can leave their place of business with a subordinate in charge, travel to the East County Courthouse, and conduct their business, return to their office without much disruption to commerce. This workable approach to the judicial system will disappear if the East County Courthouse closes. Each visit for an East County business owner will involve a minimum of 90 minutes of travel. The thousands of cases that are currently handled in Simi Valley will have to be absorbed into the Ventura Courthouse system, resulting in longer lines and courtroom waiting time. In addition, the time that each case will require to navigate the system from filing to dismissal will be significantly extended. Time that business owners will lose from the workplace is only one aspect of the problem that will result from the closing of the East County Courthouse. Employees will also be required to take extended time away from work to address legal concerns, creating serious staffing issues for small businesses. Employees will easily spend a minimum of 2.5 hours to get to and from the courthouse, to wait for their matters to be called, and to conduct their business. This is a substantial burden on struggling small businesses. We understand that even the most minimal service of providing couriers to facilitate filings may be eliminated. Every East County business owner and employee who needs to make a filing will suffer if the courthouse is closed and the courier is not provided. If everything goes perfectly, it will take a minimum of 2 hours for a business owner or employee to conduct this administrative task. It would be unreasonable to close the courthouse and to also eliminate this minimal service. The board may not know that for the past several years, the Simi Valley Chamber of Commerce has included a half-day visit to the Ventura County Courthouse for all the members of its Leadership Simi Valley program. This has been a real highlight of our leadership program. The presiding judge provides an overview of the judicial system. The public defenders, the prosecutors, and the probation officers have all made a very positive impression on our graduates that they carry into the community. The unfortunate reality is that the Ventura County Courthouse is not centrally located. Closure of the East County Courthouse will place a disproportionate burden on Simi Valley East County business owners. The Simi Valley Chamber of Commerce urges the Board of Supervisors to negotiate a favorable solution to the proposed closure of the East County Courthouse. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mary Beth. And we have the judge, and I have another, Mr. Alan Ball, that would be the last one. So,
good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. I am Vince O'Neill, presiding judge of the Ventura Superior Court for these 2 difficult years, last year and this year, when we talk about budget issues.
Welcome.
Assistant Presiding Judge Brian Back is here, along with Executive Officer Mike Planet. Also,
welcome.
our 2 immediate past presiding judges, Judges White and Judge McGee, and a number of members of the bar. You'll hear from Mr. Ball, apparently, and Deanne Lay, the president of the Ventura County Bar Association, is seated over here to your left, and I appreciate everybody's presence and the previous speakers. As of yesterday, 36 people who worked for the court last week no longer work for the court. There were 16 retirements, incentivized retirements, if you will, and 20 layoffs of mostly full-time employees and a few part-timers. And when you add the 45 positions previously eliminated over the last 3 years by way of a 4-year hiring freeze, our staff has been reduced by 20% since 2008 as a result of 5 consecutive years of cuts to our budget in Sacramento. Our remaining employees are facing their 4th consecutive year of unpaid furlough days, further reducing our ability to process cases on a daily basis. Because of the number of staff needed to support each operating courtroom, especially in a full-service standalone branch court like East County, we have no other reasonable option at this time but to centralize operations in Ventura in order to process more cases more efficiently. or the same number of cases more efficiently. After we formally announced the closure in April, Supervisor Foy and Mr. Siddell took the lead in a series of meetings with the court and others focusing on preserving the services provided by at least one of the East County courtrooms that has been operating for many years. That's courtroom S1. It's presided over by a commissioner, as of last week, 3 days a week, as of this week, 2 days a week, and handles many thousands of traffic infractions, small claims cases, and landlord-tenant matters. As you can imagine, these types of cases are best handled close to where they arise for the benefit of all involved, whether a self-represented party, a witness taking time off work, an attorney trying to keep costs down for a client, or a law enforcement officer who is either being paid overtime or taking time out of a work shift off the street to appear. From the court's perspective, these cases are also simpler to process than the civil and family law matters that formerly were handled in East County. The result is this workable plan that, at a fairly modest cost, would allow us to keep the one courtroom open in Simi at least 2 days a week. The sheriff has separate funding for the security inside the courtroom, and that's not a problem. The court receives separate funding for the entry screening security, so that's not a problem. And that would, my understanding is, we'd be able to continue to do that 5 days a week, which would benefit the other county tenants that are in the building in terms of safety. The funding for 40% of the commissioner, we're assuming a 2-day plan here, 40% of the commissioner and the necessary supporting staff will need to come from your board and any city councils who see the value in avoiding the complete closure of the courthouse. If we succeed, we will have accomplished a one-of-a-kind solution that reflects well on all the branches of Ventura County government who participate. There are also some tangible and practical benefits. In addition to the case categories I already mentioned, we will be handling many emergency restraining orders during the 2 days we would be open, or any number of days we remain open. Specifically, elder abuse, workplace violence, and general harassment restraining orders. The initial hearing on those, the emergency hearing that when they're first obtained, we have managed to squeeze into our plan for the 2 days. Thousands of people in cars will not be on the freeway or Highway 118. Thousands of hours of police officer time spent on duty in the East County instead of commuting to Ventura, resulting in the financial and safety benefits already mentioned. In fact, necessity being the mother of invention, we will be compressing the traffic trials into 1 day rather than scattered over the 3 days as they are now in the East County. And we're hoping, although that day will be a burden, no doubt, on traffic officers, that the overall picture will benefit from that, and that any traffic trials held in East County will not take place on Mondays and Wednesdays as they do now, and the officers will not be, and their departments will not be burdened. We will, and this is a major point, we will accept delivery of all papers for any kind of case, court case, during the 2 days that we're open, saving costs to family law and civil litigants, attorneys, attorney services not on the road to Ventura, that type of thing. We will avoid at least some of the congestion in the Ventura Hall of Justice, as previously mentioned, that will result from transfer of the Simi caseload to Ventura. And last but not least, there's the symbolic nature and intrinsic value of the access to justice, the justice system being present in the East County, exemplified by the following excerpts from some letters from 6th graders that came in to Mr. Planet just this week. I am a 6th grader that had a field trip at the courthouse, and it was the best field trip of all the ones I have been to. I thought that it was going to be boring, but it was great. I loved it. I think you should not close it down because of money
budgets. Smart 6-year-old.
Somebody's, we didn't solicit this, but obviously somebody did out there.
Thank you, Your Honor.
The other one says, I had a great time visiting the courthouse, and I hope that you do not close. I believe the next generation of sixth graders would also like to experience the same thing. So we have a truly creative solution that would not fly in many counties. On behalf of the Ventura County Bench, we'd be grateful to your board for being the first to formally decide to participate.
Thank you so much for sharing.
Any questions?
Let me I just want to say thank you and to all your colleagues. You've been very gracious to meet anytime we needed to meet. They were all willing to come together and open up their calendars so they could get together with us. And it was just some of the stories they talked about. As Supervisor Bennett asked, how's it going to affect Ventura? And you've talked, and I know Judge White had said, you know, I close my calendar early on when I expect by 3 o'clock so people can catch the bus going to Oxnard and West Ventura. So we don't have that because the transportation, they don't have transportation, and how we affect, you know, the less fortunate of us coming here. And if you're working by the hour and you've got to spend more time in court and waiting, it takes money out of their pockets and stuff. And I just, understanding this as a county-wide issue was really good that you guys had all talked about that, and that the Highway Patrol had talked about the issue. And I think Kathy Long and I were sitting here listening when you said 80% or so of your budget was overtime for courts. And I know that the judges have also said, we'll try to find any way we can to be more efficient within the courts, and I appreciate that too, because we all got to understand that, as we know, that keeping our officers off the street, especially traffic officers, traffic speeds rise, crime, accidents, all the other issues we have. But on the other side, just as you said in your last part, the access to justice. I'm just thinking of somebody here who, even in Ventura, I've got a $300, small claims, and I've got to come and wait a couple hours, or maybe it's pushed on to another day because of all the extra, bringing 11,000 cases here. Those kind of things I know are effective of taking away justice to the average person. So again, for everybody who came and your cooperation in trying to make this work, I do agree. It's, from what I'm hearing, there's not a lot of counties that are having cities and counties and judges and courts and everybody try to come together to make it work. So again, for your time and today, spending a couple hours here with us this morning, thank you very, very much.
And thank you so much, Judge, because and not just in the justice, but in other issues, we've formed partnerships with other agencies throughout Ventura County, and I want to thank you and your staff and the rest of the folks for being here today. And the last one is Alan Ball. Alan?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and board members. My name is Alan Ball. I am the president of the Ventura County Trial Lawyers Association. I am a member of MABA. You have MABA representatives here from the Mexican American Bar Association. I'm a member of the Bar Association. And I will not reiterate that which has already been presented to you regarding the traffic problems, the access to justice problems, the lines that will be faced, the costs that will be faced. I just want to urge you to support Judge O'Neill, to support the bench, to support the court's administration. I think Supervisor Foy has already accented the fact that they are working very, very closely with the county and with the cities, and we render our support and would ask that you do so too. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ball. Any additional comments from Supervisor Long?
Well, particularly on this, but certainly the entire package that this is wrapped in. One, I appreciate the CEO bringing this forward and identifying what are some real needs throughout our entire system and making these fund adjustments. So I really appreciate it. On this item, it's just shame on the state, and particularly how severely the courts have been cut by the state over the last few years. It's concerning to step into what is a state obligation, but that certainly is offset by the public service and the public benefit of working together to keep this facility operating, even as minimally as it will be operating, and to be able to make sure that we serve the east end of the county, and which does serve, frankly, all of us across the county, and not having the resources that are already spread thin, spread even thinner. The state just has to, and I know you're all working to do that, to see where we can streamline both the process side of justice But to, get the support that when the separated county and the bench from the county services, it was to stand on your own, but unfortunately in many cases where the state's taken those actions, i.e. the state mental health institution and system, they didn't do what was necessary to make sure you could stand on your own. In fact, now they've taken a complete reverse of cutting so severely now you're past bone. So it's very unfortunate. Not a good position. But I certainly support the recommended action.
Supervisor Bennett?
Yeah, I appreciate the package of recommended actions from the CEO's office, particularly the issue of the East County Courthouse. It's been stated, but there is something unique about Ventura County in that consistently government agencies, organizations have found ways to cooperate, and that is remarkable by comparison to what happens lots of other places. So this is another example of it coming forward, and everybody that's pulled it together, from Mike Siddell and the city managers to Judge O'Neill and the courts and county government. I just want to say thank you for continuing the tradition that we have here in Ventura County. I think we're all proud to be part of a county that consistently finds ways to do this.
Okay, and I also want to thank you all. Partnership. I think it's so important that we do that, and it's important that we take care of the East County citizens, our constituency. A 90-mile round trip coming to Ventura is just not practical at all. So I want to thank all of you, the Highway Patrol, and the judges, and all the individuals, MABA, for coming and speaking to us. And I also will support this. And Michael?
Let me just also say real quick, I do want to appreciate the CEO's office and part of their coordination. I also want to appreciate my fellow supervisors, not just on this issue. You see McGrath Park. You see, we understand we're county supervisors, not just a regional district. We're county supervisors trying to make a difference countywide. And again, to all of you, thank you for all of what you've done and what you're doing to try to make this work for all of us. And again, Mike, from the CEO's office and all the trying to put this together as one big place, that works out very well. But I also got to say, is originally in our budget, we had a $4 million fund balance, and I don't think that's changing. If you make comment on that, I think that's important, that the people work really hard in this county to try to find ways to save money.
Yes, thank you, Supervisor Foy. That is in fact the case, yes. The projected fund balance of $4 million, that remains the same. It remains intact, and that does reflect the managers and the county family here really managing their expenses across the board. It's pretty simple, just hard work, and that's what they're doing. So I appreciate that, and we will be bringing that back to you in the next few months for a recommendation to dedicate that to reserves. And then one last point, too, on this. I just want to echo the comments about working with the courts. It has been great. And Mr. Siddell, as well as our own county folks here, Assistant CEO Catherine Rodriguez, spent a great deal of time on this, as well as working with Paul Grossgold from GSA and IT Services, Mike Pettit, to reduce IS service charges and costs for the courts to the tune of about $170,000. So
we don't want that to go overlooked. The county is, because of that. And I know Mr. Planet appreciates the $170,000 that's going that way too, to the courts, to all of us. And I appreciate the hard work to make that happen as our own agency. So thank you.
Okay, so we got a first and a second on this. Let me see. And that is approved. Congratulations. Thank you so much.
Supervisor Zaragoza, could I ask that we hear item 52? We have a half dozen people.
Let's go ahead and take item 52 at this time.
Thank you. Well, we are in a fortunate situation that we do have funding, and one of the things we also have funding for is the Donlin Road realignment in Somas. And this is a project that is currently on the fast track with our transportation department, and it is in the vicinity of the intersection of Somas and 118. And that is anticipated to increase the traffic flow there, make it safer, as well as having spoken with the superintendent of Caltrans in our area, Mr. Mike Miles, who indicated his willingness to extend the left turn lane in the westbound direction on 118, which will also have a significant positive impact to that intersection and increase traffic flows. Both these projects moving forward at the same time should greatly alleviate the major issue in that intersection, which is a lot of congestion. And so to have Caltrans coming forward at the same time with a very large expansion project there, it is as was indicated by Mr. Richards, premature. And I would ask that as in support of the SOMAS MAC, who voted unanimously to ask Caltrans to support the no project or the no build alternative in their draft environmental impact report, I would ask that our Board of Supervisors support that same position and also do a letter in support of the no build alternative, and have that based on the fact that Caltrans is looking at lengthening the left turn lane, and Supervisor Bennett had asked that we actually insert the word expedite, so that the recommendation that I would ask that we support is to recommend the board approve the submission of this comment letter and support the no build alternative, and have that based on Caltrans' expressed willingness to expedite the lengthening of the westbound SR 118 left turn lane at Somas Road. And I think that those two projects, particularly with the expediting of that left turn lane, will finally relieve a problem that's been out there for too long. And it's also wonderful, I think, to have the support of the community on this, and I think this is something that Caltrans is willing to move forward or not move forward on, as the case may be. So I'll go ahead and make that my motion.
Okay, and I also, before we continue, I have another speaker. I know we had quite a few speakers earlier from the MAC, and Kate Newsweiner, is that correct? Niceweiner, excuse me. Kate? Mm-hmm.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Kate Nicewinder, and I represent a group of property owners in the Somas area. My clients have asked me to oppose today's agenda item and ask this board to support the Caltrans expansion of the 11834 intersection beyond that which the no-build alternative proposes. There are two key reasons to support the Caltrans work. One, of course, is congestion. This is the worst intersection in the county. People traveling from Moore Park to Ventura, east to west in the morning, east to west to east in the evening, can wait 30 minutes or more to get through that intersection. 30 minutes. You've had this issue come before your board for years. You've listened to dozens of planning division presentations discussing projects throughout Somas and Moore Park, saying that those projects would impact this intersection, and some projects have actually been conditioned on no use of the intersection during the morning and evening drive times. And that means that employees of those businesses had to arrive at work by 6:30 in the morning, even if the businesses didn't open at 6:30. Despite this, you're being asked to support a no-build alternative. The second key issue is air quality. The congestion causes severe air quality impacts on the surrounding land. The ag land is adversely impacted by exhaust, and especially by diesel exhaust. Clearing up this intersection would benefit the agricultural land in the area and benefit the county as a whole, and I do not need to remind you how important agriculture is to this county. You had several speakers this morning that supported the no-build alternative. Mr. Underwood is the head of the Somas MAC, but I would suggest that he's a little too close to this situation. He actually owns land or operates land directly adjacent to the intersection, and I would suggest that that is a conflict of interest. His opinion is based on his own issues without taking into consideration the impacts, the severe impacts of this congestion on tens of thousands of county residents. The Save Our Somas speakers threatened to sue Caltrans if it chooses anything other than the no-build alternative. And I'd like to remind you of a case in point. The 101 widening in Santa Barbara, how many decades was that slowed down or stopped because of opposition from a handful of people, threats of lawsuits and lawsuits? And who suffered? Again, it's the working people, the people who are having to travel that area. They lose time with their families, they're stuck in traffic, they lose productivity, and they lose a quality of life. And add to that, bad air quality. And that's what happened up in Santa Barbara, and that's what's been happening here at the 11834 intersection. One of the Save Our Somas speakers said that upgrade of the intersection is premature. This is a level of service F intersection. That is not premature. We cannot wait another 20 years. Projects throughout this area have been forced to contribute money for traffic mitigation for years on the promise to the public that this intersection would be upgraded. Please, honor that promise to the public, make sure that Caltrans finishes this work, and that we are not stuck for another 20 years with 30-minute waits through an intersection that is the intersection of two state highways. It should be upgraded, and it should be upgraded as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
Any
you. And
additional comments?
As I mentioned, this is a very positive thing in the fact that we actually will be doing improvements to the intersection from, thank you, Ms. Nicewander, from having the Donlin Road intersection, which I believe we're looking at increasing the level of service, which is poor right now. It's at F, but between the Donlin Road realignment and the Caltrans extension of the left turn lane should probably bring that up to a level of service C is what we're looking at, so if not better. So I think that that is the prudent use of tax dollars in the sense that we will have the improvement without having to remove agricultural land and do a major expansion that may not be necessary with these simple improvements. So that is my motion, that at this time we go ahead and based on Caltrans expediting the left turn lane in the westbound direction on 118, which will allow traffic to flow through instead of being backed up behind it, go ahead and recommend the no-build alternative. Comment letter.
Okay.
Just make some comments as someone who's been involved with that. I think there's no question that is a very difficult, and for the residents who live there, it's a very difficult situation. I think some of the comments were made, which were good. It's hard, and I think the improvements that are coming will really try to really make some difference there. Long term, I don't know if we didn't know there's no funding at all for Caltrans to do anything anyway, and it's been gone ever since the lawsuit. So, but that's an issue. I know that we spent a lot of money on and got with the High Patrol that was here, the chiefs, to bring some additional services on the 118 because of, they would say everybody's to safety, traveling, try to get through that intersection, get down there quickly and try to get some patrol there, and we got a lot of overtime to make that happen. So it's just a difficult situation, and there's no question. I drive that sometimes, and you're sitting back there, 40 cars back, 50 cars back. It's hard, and so the idea of a no build of any kind is because we really do have some build with the Donlin and everything happening. There's some things that are happening. I hate to say that we want to see no build longer, because I wouldn't mind just a little bit, one lane to go around so you can get some things happening. But again, the community, it's a beautiful community, and you hate to change the whole community over an intersection. There's no question about that. It's just a difficult situation. So, but going forward here, since I know there's no money for Caltrans to do, so I can support what you're trying to do and what Dave's trying to do to get this Donlin Road thing worked out. I would add, though, the original letter that we had a few years ago also added a few other things with Caltrans, trying to put some no parking areas in front of the hardware store and anything else, try to make it a little bit safer, because there is some areas there that I'd say if you may want to add to it. But I'll go along with what you're doing here today.
Well, I've seconded the motion here on our computer screen. I think that the fundamental question is to get moving on the improvements that can be done. And the Donlin Road intersection, and I appreciate adding the word expediting the left turn laneage on the part of Caltrans. What I hope is that Caltrans will be as cooperative with us as we just saw the demonstration here in Ventura County, and get that extra lengthening of that left turn lane, which is really the real key for people. And it's a question of what's doable, what can we get done at this point in time. I think this action actually helps us expedite getting this done and getting that cooperation in terms of the left turn laneage that has to be remarked by Caltrans, or Caltrans cooperation to do that.
Okay, so we got a motion and a second. We're going to add that, expedite that link.
Yeah, I just...
Time in this thing.
I have a little history on this, as all of you do too. And one, I think that having the MAC and having an organized discussion and engagement on this has just been very helpful. And I truly appreciate that Public Works has been able to go ahead with this realignment of Donlin, which we know has been one of the critical pieces in adding to the confusion and bottleneck and issues at the intersection. I think that we can all sit here and probably for the next 10 years say, one, there's no money with Caltrans, and two, I don't see any public discourse that's going to change the way we have our land use decisions that are surrounding, frankly, this intersection and through that entire valley. So I think it's an appropriate step to take and applaud that we're able to move ahead on the Donlin project, because I think our ability to then evaluate the improvement once it's in place will contribute immensely to then, 10 years, 20 years down the road, what's the next step? And Caltrans will have a document that will have some shelf life to it, and certainly you can always go back to revisit that if there's additional interest to do additional improvements at some design or level. I mean, we go back when there was a proposal to do a roundabout in that area, and it has its own, there could be a whole book written on just this intersection. So good work. I think it's very appropriate. So.
Can I just ask one? Can I ask Dave to come down real quick? Because you'd made a comment about that. I think it was good to understand.
Sure.
Dave, she talked about how by going through Donlin, we're going to bring up the safety issue to a certain level and all that. And
yes, the our EIR, which the final we hope to have before you your next board meeting on the 17th. The traffic study that's been done on that shows that the increases should move that up to level of service C during the 2 peak hour times because of the changes that are going on as a result of our intersection.
Right, because we're coming from basically a what level?
F minus. Well, it's level F right now. You can't get any worse than F. It's like failing a class in school.
And I think at that point, at least people can say we're really moving it up with the work that's happened in Donlin. You got the landowners willing to make all the land requirements. Everything's being done there to make that happen. So, correct. I mean, that's a tremendous change from an F minus basically to a C.
And that's just Donlin.
That's just a Donlin issue.
Unfortunately, the county has funding for that.
Yes.
That will be moving forward in the next year or so.
Right.
But with Caltrans also cooperating with lengthening the left turn lane and the signalization, that intersection should be greatly improved.
Well, that's what I mean. So you really bring in the safety up. As one speaker said, we're having delays. There's no question. I understand the people coming through there. That's why I hear, can't you fix it? It takes me forever to get down that line.
That's right.
But this is going to help. We can't get it to an A right now, but we can at least get it to a C, which
From a
is really
minus
good,
F to a C is tremendous.
which is tremendous. I mean,
Correct. And level of service C is what your board has proposed is acceptable
Is
throughout
acceptable
the
most-
county
yeah.
for all of the roads. So
Right.
that's coming to C is where we need to be.
Yeah, it's really good. And I appreciate all the hard work that's gone in to make it all with the landowners around and everything else. So good, thank you.
And I thank you also to the residents who came today and the MAC.
The MAC, thank you so much for the MAC individuals. Okay, let's go ahead and vote on this.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out the reference made to Mr. Underwood's farm and stuff. He gets it both ways in terms of that. So actually, so it is meaningful that you're here as the president of the MAC and testifying, and certainly appreciate all the MAC members being here today. Thank you very much.
Okay, so let's vote. Unanimous? Okay, it passed. Thank you so much. Okay, we're going to take a 5-minute break, just 5 minutes, because we're almost on time, but 5-minute break. We're going to reconvene our meeting and for the Board of Supervisors, and we're going to item 31, and this is the Ventura County stand-down. Supervisor Long?
Yes, good morning and thank you. And it is my pleasure to introduce this. Supervisor Bennett and I will both be presenting this. This is the 20th anniversary of our very successful and very worthwhile and just a wonderful event for our veterans here in Ventura County and our military personnel. So I'm going to invite down Claire Hope, who has just been so instrumental for 20 years in making this event happen. It is supported by many people, but she still, there always has to be a leader, and Claire has been just that. I'm going to read parts of this resolution that we'll be presenting, and Supervisor Bennett will assist also, and then we'd like to come down and thank Claire. So this again is celebrating the Ventura County Stand Down, their 20th anniversary. Whereas in times of war, exhausted combat units requiring time to rest and recover were removed from the battlefields to a place of relative security and safety. Today, our stand down refers to a grassroots, community-based intervention program designed to help homeless veterans combat life on the streets. The concept of stand down as related specifically to the homeless veteran crisis was the brainchild of two Vietnam veterans living in San Diego, Robert Van Kuren and Dr. John Nasheson. Together they organized the first stand down held in San Diego during the summer of 1988. Popularity of the event has steadily grown from this original one to some 80 events yearly throughout our nation. And ours is, we're very proud that Claire L. Hope, having held the first Ventura County Stand Down in October of 1993, has carried forward the banner to do this for 20 years. And so very proud of, again, her leadership and her great passion and heart. Supervisor Bennett?
Thank you very much, and thank you for your leadership on this. And you think about all of the veterans that have been touched as a result of your leadership and commitment. I'm going to read this part of the resolution. I think there's some information that the public may not be aware of. And whereas the Ventura County Stand Down is now comprised of an 18-member executive committee helping provide vital relief efforts and a myriad of services to veterans who are homeless. That includes housing and cots and tents provided by the Seabees, a superior court, hot meals during the weekend, new and used clothing, medical services, basic medical, chiropractic care, dental screening, etc., showers, haircuts, toiletries, housing information, employment opportunities. Funding for all of those services is provided by veterans organizations, businesses, and community organizations in various grants. Ventura County Stand Down has assisted 4,000, think of that number, 4,300 veterans and their families, and hope to continue to provide much needed service to veterans and their families for many years to come. As we serve on the homeless task force, and as we try to move forward, this is certainly an important component and an unfortunate component of our housing. And I want to ask Supervisor Long to come down with me as we present this resolution to you. All right.
Okay.
Well, Mr. Chair, in respect to County Board of Supervisors, I was going to, I have a preparation for this wonderful opportunity to be before you, but you folks pretty much covered every territory I was going to mention, so I don't want to be redundant. I just want to mention that our 20th event will take place July 20, 21, and 22 at the California Army National Guard Armory in Ventura. And I would just like to take this opportunity to thank my executive committee members and all those volunteers involved in making this event such a wonderful success. And again, I thank you for this wonderful opportunity and honor.
Thank you for sharing today. Thank you so much.
I'd like to add, because I know I saw our public defender here earlier, this really is supported by so many of the county family, with the public defender, the district attorney, our homeless coalition folks, and many other nonprofit organizations that step forward. So, and couldn't be done so successfully
That's right.
for 20 years without that. And I know you appreciate.
Yes, I do.
The more volunteers, the better.
Yes,
Right?
absolutely.
Right?
Yes.
So, but again, it couldn't be done without your leadership.
Well, thank you very,
So
very much.
appreciated.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ford. Thank you, sir.
Why don't you stand and hold this right here, Claire?
Okay. Okay.
This actually would probably be better if you do it that way.
And there is a reception too, right?
Yes.
I have agreed that.
Yes, and you should have all received a
Can you come up to the
invitation
stand?
to our reception,
Okay.
July 19th, and hope you all can make it. Thank you very much.
And the location for the reception?
It's going to be at the Four Point Sheraton in Ventura from 5 to 7 o'clock that evening.
Okay.
One of the reasons we brought this so early, a month ahead, is so that the entire county family can hear of this opportunity to also volunteer, to help, to come out, to support this great work that's really reaching out to help our homeless
And it's
veterans.
something the public can come out to during the days and assist with.
Yes.
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 So
Thank you. I look forward to
it. It really is just a county-wide hand out and hand up to help our homeless veterans.
Yes, it certainly is. Thank you very much.
And thank you for the invitation.
I've been almost every year. I'm able to stop by, and it's
Yes.
so hard.
Yeah.
It certainly is. It changes you as a person once you see those veterans walking in and they're tired and they're dirty, and then within the next hour or so after they shower and put on a clean, fresh clothing, they look just like volunteers. And so it's a wonderful, wonderful event, and it's very rewarding. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Claire.
Okay.
Okay, our next item is item 32, is a public hearing, and Mr. Bacala. Item 32, standby charges.
Good morning.
Good
Chair
morning.
Zaragoza, members of the board, Mr. Powers. Reddy Bacala with Water and Sanitation Department of the Public Works Agency.
This is the public hearing too, by the way.
Yes, sir. Item 32, as Chair mentioned, is a public hearing for Ventura County Water Work District number 16, which provides sanitation services to the community of Piru. As your board is aware, district has constructed a new wastewater treatment plant in year 2010 to comply with the Los Angeles Regional Water Quality Control Board permit requirements, and also to provide needed capacity for the proposed growth within Ventura, within Waterwork District number 16. The last sewer rate increase for this district was in July of 2007. We are recommending, this is the first sewer rate increase I'm recommending this year, a 3% rate increase to offset the increased power charges at the treatment plant. On May 11th, 2012, we have mailed the 45-day notice required per Proposition 218. And also on May 16th, we made a presentation to the Piru Neighborhood Council and presented the proposed item to them, and there were no concerns raised at that public meeting. And clerk of your board did not receive any protest letters, and our office in Moore Park customer service did not get any calls about the proposed sewer rate increase. We are recommending that your board adopt a resolution of a staff report increasing the sewer service charges and also authorizing us to collect these charges as part of the annual general county tax roll. And that concludes my verbal presentation. I'm available to take any questions you might have.
I don't have any speakers here either, so I'm going to close the public hearing.
Mr. Chair, I'll move the recommended action. Reddy and his team's done a great job and really putting this whole project together and being aware of a community that has is one of our very lowest income communities, yet making sure that this project, the fiscal bottom line gets met also. So I think the reason you didn't have, he didn't walk into a Piru Neighborhood Council full of angry people. They appreciate it. So thank you.
Thank you,
Appreciate the
Mr.
work.
Pagala. Okay, got a first and a second. Let's go ahead and vote. So it's Okay. So that's approved?
He's absent.
4-0. And the
Thank you.
next item, again, is another public hearing, 33. Mr. Pakalam?
Thank you again, Chair. Item number 33, as you said, is a public hearing for County Service Area number 29, which provides sanitation services to the communities of Solomar Beach, Faria Beach, Muscle Shoals, and Seacliff, north of city of Ventura. All of the sewage from these beach communities are pumped to city of Ventura sewer collection system for treatment and disposal. We are not recommending any changes or increases to the sewer service charges for the upcoming fiscal year. However, we are recommending that your board adopt a resolution in our staff report authorizing us to collect these charges as part of the annual general county tax roll. I'll be happy to take any questions you
Okay,
might
this
have.
is a public hearing. I don't have any speakers either on this one, so we'll close the public hearing. What's the pleasure of the board? Got a first and a second? Okay. Okay, then I think 34 is also yours. That's approved?
I think it's CSTs. I'll come back for 39.
Okay.
Thank you.
I want to keep you up here. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Zaragoza,
Good
board
morning.
members. Janice Turner with the Public Works Agency, Central Service Department. The item before you is a public hearing relating to the collection of the annual assessment charges to fund road maintenance out at the non-county maintained Camp Chafee Road located in the area of Foster Park. These service charges fund, like I said, road maintenance types of charges such as pothole repair and berm repair. We will also be collecting them as part of the county annual tax roll. If you have any questions.
Again, this is a public hearing. I don't have any speakers, so we'll close the public hearing. What's the pleasure of the board?
Move to recommend action.
Get a first and a second on that.
Thank you.
Okay, and that's approved. And then we have item 35, the VCTC to submit information to Public Works of VCTC. Go ahead, Dave.
Good morning, Chair Zaragoza, Mr. Powers, Supervisors. Again, for the record, I'm Dave Fleisch, the Transportation Department Director from the Public Works Agency. What you have before you this morning is a letter that in previous years we used to provide you in 7 or 8 letters. And what we opted to do this time would be to go through this in a much more organized manner to kind of give you an overall review of what the Transportation Development Act program is for the entire county for the year instead of each individual. There's 4 brief slides I'm going to go through. These are all just information that's already in the letter, but I felt it was instructive to put it up on the screen. Before I get into the data, one thing I'd like to take a moment to do is to thank the person who really put all of this together, who was our Public Works Agency Employee of the Year, and that's Kathy Connell, and thank her for all of her good work in doing this. As you all know, we have quite a challenge with transit in the county. What we're doing this year is we're trying to present to your board the entire Transportation Development Act plan for the year. We've consolidated all of the programs into one letter. Essentially, the programs are the same this year as they were last year, with 2 exceptions. One of those is in the Gold Coast contribution, we're absorbing the City of Ojai's contribution, which your board approved in January. And the second is the Thousand Oaks Dial-A-Ride, which we had budgeted for based upon previous dollar amounts. What we found is 2 things. One, you asked us to come back to you with a how's it going for that, and it's actually gone quite well. We've had a great transition. What we found in that transition is a number of the rides that we were paying for were actually non-county citizens. They were Thousand Oaks citizens, and so we actually deducted those from the last couple of months of payments from our previous provider. And what we're finding is that service is actually about half the cost of what we had budgeted. So we were able to fund that with carryover from this year. So those are the 2 things that you see that are significantly different in this amount.
So we were paying basically the city's share for a while?
We were paying for a portion of city residents to be transported on our Dial-A-Ride.
How many years do you suppose we were doing that?
That's a good question. Many. And we don't know over
We have
time.
this big ledger in the sky. That we keep
We don't
track of
really know
who's
over time
subsidizing.
how bad that was, because
Thank
one
you.
of the challenges that we did have was getting good billing data from our previous contractor. The good news is with Thousand Oaks, we get very accurate and on-time reports, and it's much easier for us to find that. As you all are well aware, all of the supervisors, because of your involvement with the Transportation Commission, there's some fairly relevant facts that are going on about the Transportation Development Act funding. In 2009, the state, through the Senate Bill 716, enacted and specifically pointed at Ventura County that all our Transportation Development Act funds by 1 July 2014 should be used for transit. Additionally, Assemblyman Williams put forward 1778, which has cleared the first go-around and will go before the transportation side of the Senate here shortly. And again, there's been a lot discussed about that. What both of those do that we've anticipated.
David, when does that go into the transportation side of the Senate?
I'm not sure exact the date. I think it's in July.
In July?
Yes.
Okay.
Like the second.
Second, okay.
What your board has done, both by what you did in January and through several discussions that we've had, is lean forward in terms of trying to embrace the regional transit study and look at how we can really do things, because we truly are the connector among all the cities. As you know, that transit study was forwarded by VCTC on the 13th of April with those provisions that you see there. So with those elements of background, this is our program for 2012-13. Our TDA funding that we expect will be coming from VCTC, approved by the board. The commission is $3.1 million. 1.18 of that goes to Gold Coast, $474,000 to the Vista Dial Rides, and you can see the rest of the numbers that are there. The couple of changes you do see there on Gold Coast, our contribution this year, although our contribution to Gold Coast went down overall because we picked up the Ojai piece, it went up about 5.8%. Our Vista amounts are fairly similar to what they were previously, as you can see that there, and those are it's predominantly the 126, only just slightly less than 11,000 of that is for the Vista 101. The Agora is the same, small carryover from last year, but essentially it's the same amount. And then Ojai, as I mentioned, our amount is for the Ojai trolley is going up, and that's primarily because with having Gold Coast go through Ojai now to the park and ride, they're having to increase the hours of the trolley in the Miners Oaks area, and that, since that's our portion, our cost for the Ojai trolley has gone up. And so those are the main numbers. What you see there that's available balance for us once we've paid for all of our transit is $926,000. As we stand today up until 2014, that can be used for streets and roads or other things should your board desire to do that. We are looking at a couple of things, and I just wanted to post those here for your review and consideration. As you know, we've picked up Gold Coast, the Gold Coast share from Ojai. We have Route 17, which has started, which essentially goes from St. John's to the Esplanade, picks up the Rio Mesa High School area and the Juvenile Justice Center. That's a 3-year demonstration project that we're paying a portion of. If it continues to be successful at the end of the 3 years, that will become part of our obligation to pay for as a need. We are aware of the Heritage Valley study that we're just waiting for VCTC to come forward with, but we expect about $130,000 of additional service out there, and it was perfect timing this morning to hear the folks from the One Step here to talk about the need in that area. There's a limited amount of that can be paid for by the cities out there, so it's something that we'll likely be looking at needing to provide additional funding for. And then we have currently no fixed route in Canaan. We have Dial-A-Ride in Oak Park, and I have a meeting with Supervisor Parks later this week to go over a proposal that we have from the Agora Hills, City of Agora Hills, who runs our service there, to try a demonstration of a fixed ride in lieu of part of the Dial-A-Ride there.
If I can comment, and this is something I've been pushing for a while, because it's so expensive to do Dial-A-Ride to begin with. Plus, Canaan is just such a perfect arterial. It goes to every elementary school and the middle school and the high school are all along Canaan, because that's where Oak Park is. It's all around there. And then also takes you right up to the shopping. So one loop there can really be, I think, successful if we give it that opportunity. And then in the long run, I think it would be less costly if we can then not have to do the dial ride. So I'm really glad to see that Agura, now that we've partnered with them, is willing to look at that too, because I think it has a lot of potential. Very successful.
Thank you, Dave.
So again, the recommendation to your board is to accept the plan as written, and if we look to needing to shift some of that money, the $926,000 to additional transit, obviously we'll be back before your board to get your approval for that.
Thank you so much. And I just want to share something for Jeff Pratt and Michael, that Dave and Kathy are really outstanding staff, for Gold Coast and VCTC. It always gives us good information and staff recommendations. So I want to thank you and Kathy for an excellent job that you do for us, in the transportation end of the spectrum here for the county. So thank you for.
Proud to serve.
I'll second that too. And just also really good presentation. It's nice to see it all at once.
Thank you.
Kathy, thank you.
And
Okay, we got a first and a second.
and transit is going to grow in importance for us.
That's
So
right.
there's just
That's exactly
there's no question about it. We have to be, I think, proactive about it as all of this moves forward. There is no question.
I think we all received the notice of a, speaking of transit, of a
One more vote from.
public transportation is your human right. There's going to be a rally here tomorrow
Okay.
at the government center.
Who didn't vote?
That's right, on transit.
Bus riders union,
Steve?
so.
Steve?
Concerned about Vista.
Yeah,
There you go.
yeah.
Okay, that's approved. Our next item is item 36, and this is second hearing on the MOU for IEOE. Item 36.
I'll move approval.
Move approval, okay. Second. This is a public hearing, so I have no speakers, so I'm going to close the public hearing, so. Okay, besides the presentation?
We've heard it before.
Thank you.
Thank you for concluding it so successfully.
Okay. Me? Okay, that's approved. Item 37, this is a public hearing too, also on the service charges to continue services at service area number 4.
Good morning, Board. Janice Turner, Public Works Agency. The item before you today is a public hearing relating to the collection of service charges in the Oak Park area and their collection on the county's annual tax roll. Service charges augment funding to help pay for street-related services such as street sweeping, landscape maintenance, and street lighting. The Oak Park MAC has reviewed the budget and supports it, and I'm available for any questions.
And thank you for attending the Oak Park MAC meetings and presenting it. That was real helpful.
And this is also a public hearing. I don't have any speakers, so we're going to close the public
Move
hearing.
the item.
So, got a first and a second.
Actually, the credit for attending the MAC goes to Pam Landrio and Margaret Lopez. Thank you.
Okay, that's approved. Item 38, this is another public hearing.
Pam has been such a big help, particularly in the Oak Park community and working with my staff. Very helpful.
Thank you. Okay.
Good morning, Chair Zaragoza, Mr. Powers, members of the board. The item before you is service charges for County Service Area 14. A little history on the street sweeping for Lynn Ranch and Casa Conejo. These assessments were first voted on in 1988. Within that first vote, there was no mechanism for increasing the amount of the assessments. By 2004, the fund balance had been exhausted, and there was a vote of the residents to increase the assessment and also put in a provision allowing for CPI increases. The contract for the street sweeping for these two areas has not been out to bid since prior to 2004. GSA had recommended that we go out to bid last year, but gas prices were well over $4 a gallon, and we talked them into waiting to see if we'd get some relief. It doesn't look like we're going to get much relief, so they are going out to bid this year. There's been no increase in this assessment for these residents since 2009. We need to have a fund balance because our funding comes in twice a year with the tax payments, and so, but we're billed monthly from the service provider. If we don't have fund balance, we can't pay the bill. This increase we're recommending will result in a 51-cent annual increase for the residents of Casa Conejo and 82 cents per residence for the Lynn Ranch. We need to vote on this now prior to the RFP going out. We anticipate that the rate is going to be higher because it hasn't been bid since 2004. Gas prices are up. Tipping fees for the street sweepers are up. But we don't know what that is, and the auditor's office needs those in their office by July 10th in order to get them on this year's tax roll. We've checked with county council. If it turns out for some miracle the service provider will continue at the same rate even though his costs have increased, we could roll back the increase in next fiscal year.
I look forward to doing that. But I'll go ahead and make
So do
this
I.
motion if you want to close the public.
Great. This is a public hearing. I don't have any speakers, so I'm going to close the public hearing, and we have a motion.
I love returning money.
And a second.
Thank you.
Okay, that's approved. And item 39, Mr. Pacala.
Good morning again, Chair.
Good morning.
Zaragoza, members of the board, Mr. Powers. Reddy Pacala with Water and Sanitation Department of the Public Works Agency. Item 39 is another public hearing for County Service Area number 34, which provides sanitation services to the community of El Rio and Strickland Tract, which is north of 101 freeway and outside the city of Oxnard. All of the sewage from CSA 34 is discharged to the city of Oxnard sewer system for treatment and disposal. We are not recommending any changes or increases to the sewer service charges for upcoming fiscal year. However, we are recommending that your board adopt a resolution or a staff report which authorizes us to collect these charges on the tax roll. That concludes my verbal presentation. I'll be happy to take any questions.
And again, this is a public hearing. I have no speakers, so I'm going to close the public hearing and make a motion to approve. And second by Supervisor Long. That's approved. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, we have, before we go to board comments, I have regular agenda number 48. Let's take that one. And this is the conflict of interest code. Anybody? So you got a motion? Oh, Roberta? Okay, so we got a first and a second on that. Item 48. Okay, and that's approved. Now I have policy matters, item 50.
That's me?
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Got a motion to approve.
Hold on a minute.
We got you beat. I was waiting for you. I can change it. Remember we withdraw?
That's fine.
I'll withdraw.
That's fine. She's willing, able, and very skilled.
Okay, that's approved, and my apologies to Supervisor Long. Which item now? 51? I thought we did 51. Yeah, okay. Okay. 51. Okay.
I am still interviewing for these positions.
Okay. That's approved. Now we'll go to item number 9, board comments, and Supervisor Foy.
Thank you, sir. Okay. I do want to say I appreciate you all taking the time today to listen to that whole group that came in on this, and thank you very much. Going back in, it is a testimony to this county and the people and the leadership here that they can all work together and do something that is not something we commonly would like to do, to support the state out of our own budget. But we saw that on the state parks with McGrath we did, and a few of those that we do. And I think, as Mike Siddell said, we gave ourselves a little bit of time here, because this is a very limited time, to go back and politically work on trying to get at least a little bit more contribution out of the state's total money that comes. We get 1.7%. When you look at all the different counties, we have some counties that our size getting 0.5% more, or even more than that, and so we have to go after ours. As we saw, Fresno's our size, they have 5 or 6 courthouses, and we have 2. Much different. So anyway, but I appreciate everybody willing to work together, and I appreciate the judges. They've been doing tremendous, willing to meet us at 8 o'clock, 7:30 in the morning, and Mike's office, and giving us Catherine and all the hard work and that's gone into that, because it's something that we have to deal with. And I know that some of the judges didn't give some of their comments, I think, that we've heard about really working through some of the issues of the elderly and some of the people trying to get to courts when they can. But just the other side of adding 17,000 cases, how many car trips is that going up and down those freeways and all the work and everything else? It's a big deal. Anyway, so I do appreciate that. I also wanted to say congratulations to Laura Bajan, who's going to take Mike Siddell's place for a little while in Simi Valley. So it's going to be hard shoes to fill for a while, and I don't think she's going to be there real long, but I know that the city really likes her, wants to keep her, and have her there for a while. Also, EDC VC is coming to Moore Park to work on their manufacturing workshop, which I think is good, trying to work through that, trying to find, everybody coming together. Here's some efficiency we've learned from other places. They want to try to show the manufacturing that same thing. So I think that's going to be, it's good. A lot of good things happening. And also, I could talk about the state, but I'll let Supervisor Long talk about the state. And I want to adjourn the memory of the people on this list. Supervisor Long.
Thank you. And just real quick, the EDC VC, at our meeting last week, Bruce Stensley provided us kind of a picture of manufacturing in the state, but in the county, and I'll have him send it to you or ask him, because it's said, manufacturing's fled, and there's no manufacturing going on, and of course they're higher paying jobs and they have low career ladders. In fact, in the analysis that he pulled from certainly the state records and other sources that show that our county still has a pretty good manufacturing base. Could it be better? Yes. But it is something we should support. It has high-end jobs, and it was really a good piece that he provided. So. And I'd like to just acknowledge I attended and pitch hit for Supervisor Zaragoza, who had a staff in attendance, the Oxnard Chamber of Commerce, their Community and Business Awards, and to acknowledge that there were very good people being honored, and it was quite well attended, and it was quite a celebration of business in the community, and there certainly was some optimism, and folks were speaking highly of their investment in Oxnard and the value of having community support. So it was a fun event. And I'd like to adjourn in memory of this one individual from the 3rd District, and I'm going to ask Joan Araujo to step forward, because and we chatted a little bit, won't be a surprise. I want her to be able to talk a little bit about a new service that we're going to be launching into Lockwood Valley, the far reaches of Ventura County. And it's our Ventura County Healthcare Agency mobile medical clinic. And we're taking that to the valley because we have a very successful ACE program. And in that ACE program, it's been identified by the state that we have ACE clients in Lockwood Valley, so we should be reaching out to them. Now, I asked all the questions, well, how is this cost effective, and and all of that, but and answered them very well, answered those questions, and obviously the bottom line is a strong position for us to reach out to Lockwood Valley. And knowing that even though it's a community that it seems somewhat isolated, there are still many people there who are lower income and who may be either uninsured or underinsured. And in addition to the ACE clients we'll be reaching out to, we'll be reaching out to others. And Joan, just a little bit about that.
Sure. Thank you,
Thank you.
Supervisor Long, Supervisors Mike. We are excited to be able to go up to this little corner of the valley. I think I shared with you, I took a Sunday and took an 8-hour drive and meandered through the area and really learned about it. It's quite magnificent views. It's a beautiful area of our county.
Is.
But in fact, there are 5 residents in the area that are members of our ACE program, and the state has determined that monthly services need to be available within a specific geographic distance from their homes. And so in working with the Public Works Department and the deputy sheriffs, we'll be utilizing their parking spaces. The trailer takes 6 spaces to fill, then there would be plenty of space for individuals to come for their appointments. And of course, there are members of the Sheriff's Department that live in that area, and they would be able to receive their primary health there in the mobile unit, and others from the area. And we will work hard to engage other residents in either ACE or Medi-Cal or other types of coverage that they may need. And there has been no coverage in that area of any form. And so that mobile clinic that your board supported a few years ago is really putting miles on it, and will, I believe it's the 3rd Monday of every month. So we really wanted to have a consistent calendar so everyone would get to know when we would be there.
And you've done excellent outreach with the Chamber of Commerce out there and the informal neighborhood groups that are in Lockwood Valley, and to be able to offer medical exams, immunizations, blood pressure checks, the same-day illness treatments. It's a gap. And I think it'll be well worth every mile it takes to get there.
Yes.
But I thank you.
Yes, absolutely. We're delighted we're able to do it.
Thank you so much. Michael?
I just say it's a great program, and this is the sheriff deputies and their families that are out there too.
That's right. And we have a Public Works, certainly a station there that has to be there for all the good work that, particularly during the. Now, the difficulty might be in the winter seasons because they get a lot of snow in Lockwood. So we'll see how that works. But I look forward to hearing the results from the mobile access out there.
I am too, and we'll get that back to you.
Appreciate the effort. Thank you.
Okay,
thanks, Joe. And last thing I'd like to say, we don't meet next week, so it'll be 2 weeks off for you to remember to support Dancing with Our Community Stars, My Martine. At the Salsa Festival, you have a chance to support him.
There's going to be a lot of people there.
And they've actually crafted a martini at the, what's that restaurant in Ventura? On the corner, owned by the, Watermark.
Yeah.
They have a martini for Martine. And you can support him.
There's going to be several thousand people that watch him.
Support Martine. That's it. That's my comments. Thank you very much. May we all have a celebratory July 4th.
Supervisor Parks.
So this was the meeting before 4th of July, and Supervisor Long, where's the red, white, and blue? I'm so disappointed. Where is it? The earrings and the whole thing? You got it. You got to wait a whole year now.
I wasn't thinking straight out.
Speaking of red, white, and blue, I was able to attend this weekend the Red, White, and Blue Conejo Valley chapter of the Military Order of the World Wars, and they honored as individuals, particularly Colonel John Furr, a U.S. Air Force 28-year career, but he also was a POW, and talking about his experience and the, quote, Hanoi Hotel, actually meeting John McCain and some others, and just talked about, first hearing American voices after basically being tortured and psychologically, deprived, and what a thrill that was. And they said, do you know the tap code? And yeah, so they start tapping back and forth. And after they get past what's your name and everything, he really wanted to know what was the score of the SMU game. It's just those kind of American things that you cherish. Also attended on Sunday, the Oak Park has a book now, and I'm sorry I didn't bring it. I'll bring it to our next meeting. It's called Images of America, Oak Park, and it was put together by people who have lived in Oak Park for a while, as well as some of the new people. Harvey Kern, who's been out there for a long time, and David Ross, who's been out there a long time, as well as Derek Ross, who's with the Municipal Advisory Council, and a gentleman named Harry Medved, who kind of put it all together and is pretty involved in the Hollywood industry. But great book, because it does talk about the Hollywood aspect of Oak Park and the movies and shows that were filmed there. And then just able to attend this event where they had a gentleman who has been in producing and acting for 80 years. He's 90 years old, and presented very lucid recollections of the movies filmed there, from The Red Pony to Of Mice and Men, and just really recounting some of that, as well as this book also just presenting a lot of how the community came to be, and just wonderful photos. So I'm sorry I don't have that to share with you, but it was a great event held out there. Also attended just seeing the budget crunch wherever we go, in all the different meetings, from the Community Leadership Committee, which is with the Mental Health Board and part of the Mental Health Services Act, talking about how we're going to trim $1 million, and then going to the Santa Monica Mountains Conservancy last night and looking at all the parks that are being closed. So we're filling it a lot of different ways, but it does also make you feel good that we have a contingency plan here in Ventura County. It isn't something you can do immediately. We've worked on it for a long time, established a reserve, and for that we were able to extend help to other entities, as we did today, in a couple of ways. So with that, I would also ask that we close in honor of the people on this list. And there's one individual that I particularly want to call out, a wonderful, wonderful woman, very involved in protecting the Santa Monica Mountains, Margot Fuhrer. Margot has been a steadfast ally to the environment in her decades of work on behalf of our national and state parks, open space, clean air, and endangered species. Her community action began as a local activist and environmentalist in the late 1950s, when she helped found Stamp Out Smog, and she later joined the Sierra Club as a principal lobbyist for the national parks. She was named co-chair of the Santa Monica Mountains Task Force, helped establish the Santa Monica Mountains National Recreation Area, and her devotion to save open space has been an inspiration to all of us who have had the pleasure of working alongside her, and her prodigious intellect, tenacity, and skill have been instrumental in the creation of a lot of programs for public lands, and just a great, great woman. And her last outing was at the a preview of the Anthony Bielenson Interpretive Center at the King Gillette Ranch. And in that interpretive center, they have experiencing what a wildlife corridor is like, and they have this big tunnel thing that we've got a picture of her crawling through, like the mountain lions that we see going through those tunnels underneath the freeways and all. So it's just such a great woman, and I know she'll be very much missed, but certainly left an incredible legacy that we all still will cherish for a long time.
Okay, Supervisor Bennett.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Zaragoza. I'd like to ask the board to adjourn in memory of the people on this list. And I got to join quite a few law enforcement officials out front of the county when they rolled out the DUI crash vehicle on Wednesday, and it was great collaboration amongst all those public safety agencies around the county in terms of doing that, and I hope it has a lot of impact. I got to share the story of my very first arrival working here in California as a football coach at Calabasas High School and dealing with a middle linebacker who was sitting on the curb in front of his house in a residential neighborhood and plowed over by a drunk driver and was a quadriplegic. And for the rest of his high school career, a tremendous impact. But the young people keep coming, and they have to be each generation has to be. I shouldn't have about every every year you have to educate that next wave that is coming in. So really appreciate their ability to pull that off. Ventura County Educators Hall of Fame event was Saturday night, and it was a pleasure to be there with that. And, Miners Oaks Solstice Festival put on by the Business Association was on Sunday, and it was great to be at those things. So busy week and weekends again with these events. But I really, for me, it was an emotional presentation at the drunk driving event, because it was my first association with coming out here and working in California and stuff. So thank you.
Thank you, and also want to thank my staff who was there for me today, and I want to thank also Supervisor Long for going to Oxnard, to celebrate, the leaders of Oxnard. One of the things that I'd like to share with you that this Saturday we're going to have the ribbon cutting again for McGrath Park at 10 a.m. After we all partnered, to save McGrath. The County of Ventura, the City of Oxnard, the Dust Williams helped us out, and also the parks individuals. But we are going to be opening again, and again, McGrath Park is a family park. You can go for one day or camping. It is used by East County, especially when it gets real hot out there in the East County.
What's the date of that again?
It's Saturday.
Saturday.
It's Saturday at 10 a.m. And of course, McGrath Park is not only just a family park, a time to enjoy, but it's a good economic engine, for the community. So I'd like to invite you all there Saturday. And again, I want to adjourn in memory of this individuals on this list, and I'd like to call a couple of folks. One is Mary Riley. Mary Riley was an individual in Oxnard that passed away just the other day. She was very instrumental in working with the neighborhood councils in Oxnard. She was the head of the ICF. In fact, Mary Riley and I started the cleanup program in Oxnard back in the late 70s, early 80s. Started the cleanup programs for the different neighborhoods. And in fact, she was a candidate for the mayor at one time for Oxnard back in the 80s. So we're going to miss her tremendously. And also another individual is Louis Pinedo. Louis Pinedo passed away. He was one of my employees in solid waste. I used to call him the 24/7 man, because we used to haul sludge out of Procter & Gamble 24/7, 7 days a week. And anytime we had a breakdown, whether it was 2 in the morning, was Sunday, Saturday, I called up Louis, and he was there to take care of business, And we're going to miss him tremendously. So I'd like to close in honor of those folks today. Thank you so much. And I think our next time we're going to have APCD, then closed session. And we're going to have any announcements for closed session after APCD?
We should not have any announcements for the closed session.
Okay, and then we'll come back to the 1:30 item after that. So APCD is next. Okay. I'm going to reconvene the Board of Supervisors meeting, and we don't have any announcements, Leroy?
No announcement.
No announcements. Okay, so item 44, time certain 1:30.
Bring up the presentation, please. Good afternoon, Chair Zaragoza.
Good afternoon.
Board members, Mr. Powers. For the record, I'm Gerhard Hubner, Deputy Director with the Watershed Protection District. I'm here before you today to present item number 44, which is the 2012 revision of the Stormwater Ordinance Code for the county unincorporated areas. This morning, I understand you were notified of the board letter and exhibit change, which I appreciate. I want to thank Roberta and her staff, as well as the CEO's office, for accommodating these changes. Thus, we're here today again to look at some proposed changes to the ordinance. I have a brief presentation to get you up to where we are today. Let's go back one. The process we've undertaken for this ordinance revision, we did have a stakeholder workshop. We mentioned that at the last meeting. We had a comment period of approximately 3 weeks, I believe, Evelina. 2 comment letters received. We had our first reading June 12th. At the hearing, as you recall, we received an additional comment letter from COLAB, Ventura County Coalition of Labor, Agriculture, and Business. We responded to the comments provided in the additional letter. Exhibit 2 provides you with the ordinance revisions as proposed. Today we have a first reading, as you can see, and we propose adoption on your next board meeting on the 17th. So I'd like to just quickly go through the proposed additional revisions that we propose. Under the definitions, we've added some clarification in terms of the basin plan. It now refers to the LA Regional Water Quality Control Board and its website and the basin plan. In terms of the county discharge permit, we've added for projects that are not otherwise subject to the requirements of the state general permit. This is to provide clarification on 2 different permitting entities. Under receiving waters, we've included reference to the definition in the LA Basin Plan. Under redevelopment, we've provided a cross-reference, the section 6951. Under section 6954, the county storm drain system protection, we have crossed out excess vegetation and included yard waste to be clear, provide that clarification. And we've added private under existing for private structures, again for clarification. Scope of inspections, this was another comment we received. We put back the language that was in the previous ordinance. It now says at all reasonable times. And lastly, under procedures, there was a comment to change it from 5 to 10 years. We've made that change. Note, however, that it still gives us the flexibility to issue something less than 10 years if we so desire. So with that, we have the recommendations before you. Again, to read in title only, waive further hearing and reading, and consider final adoption on July 17th. Hear all, consider testimony, and find it in compliance with CEQA. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Gerhard. This is a public hearing, and I don't have any speakers. It was a pleasure of the board.
Any questions?
Any questions?
I think we have a speaker.
We have a speaker? Okay. Okay, Mr. Sloan?
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Powers, Chairman. I just have one comment. If we could possibly bring up under the first section, J, Article 1J, that be possible?
Was that in the presentation?
Yes, it was.
All right.
So he can probably bring it back.
Presentation again, I appreciate it.
I believe it was. Apparently it wasn't there.
Is it in the letter that you've...
Yes, right here, sir. Under J, in reference to...
Oh, okay. Yes, that was not necessarily in the presentation. That was comments received. Those are, that is something that we're not proposing. We do not concur in terms of a response or a change in the ordinance.
Is that from the public, Gerhard? The comments or Colab?
In Colab presentation letter. If I can comment on that one section. In that section, not to be redundant here, but we would ask that any, in the next to the last line of that section, be stricken and other discretionary be added. We feel as though that any permit is much too broad of a section reference, and it would be very helpful to have the one word any stricken and other discretionary permit added. So we would indulge you to consider that. Thank you very much.
Mr. Gerhard?
And you will see in our response to comments, we could not accommodate or did not feel that that was a change because there are some things in the permit that are ministerial. For example, in those two specific sections. So for us to make it that specific, we didn't feel was appropriate.
It's more general than...
Yeah, there are some requirements. For example, on the construction stormwater erosion control, there are some requirements for under an acre, some housekeeping BMPs. That's just for one example. So that in itself, and that's in itself a ministerial action. We handle that through our building and safety permit. So that was a reason why we couldn't concur there, as well as adding that in the redevelopment section.
Could I ask a question on that?
Yeah.
Just saying any permit does sound pretty broad. If it said for which either a discretionary or ministerial land use approval or permit is required. So you're calling out ministerial instead of the word any?
We didn't propose calling out either ministerial discretion. We just felt leaving it as it was proposed previously.
So it now says for which either discretionary land use approval or any permit is required.
Mm-hmm.
So you do call out discretionary. So instead of any land use, I mean, it could be ministerial. That
It could
covers
be.
what you're looking at.
Correct.
Any other questions?
I think part of the problem you have with all these kind of things is if we leave it so broad, nobody's going to know. You may interpret it this way, somebody else interprets this way, and nobody has any idea what you're. I mean, I've seen that happen in all different types of things. It should be somewhat narrower, but you just can't narrow that down. It bothers you to narrow it too much, which gives an applicant a little bit more understanding of what they're going to go through.
Well, what I can offer is we do have some permit through our one-stop shopping in the website and some of the materials that we provide over the counter, the intent and the interpretation and the clarification to folks out in the public.
Because there are permits that you can get that have nothing to do with land use, for example. So I think that's the word any permit. It could be just throw in the word ministerial. So you're talking either discretionary or ministerial land use approvals or permits. I don't know if that addresses.
I have to confer with my expert here because he deals with this on a daily basis.
Good afternoon, Chair Zaragoza and member boards and Mr. Powers. This is Evelina Motkowska, County Stormwater Program Manager. The permit, the MS4 permit, actually requires any municipal authorization. So typically, it's either discretionary or ministerial project. It's building project, grading permit, grading permit, encroachment permit. Those are typically applications that we are looking at just to make sure that if project triggers municipal stormwater permit requirements, that we have brochures, educational materials, and forms to make sure that those requirements are met.
Yeah, the only problem, again, you have with that is if you don't understand quite the industry or something what's going on, it gets a little bit, this is normal for them, and they don't have to go through this, but I don't understand quite what you do, but so you have to go through all this additional. And that's the problem. We put so much burden on there. And again, it could be restrictive. Now, if somebody, let's say we're talking about Mr. Sloan here, who goes through his ranch, and they understand ranching. Clearly, what you're doing, I understand exactly what you're doing, no problem, just before. If I don't understand ranching, understand what I'm doing, well, hold it, you need this permit. Yeah, but I'm only doing this, what we always do. No, but you still need this. It becomes so difficult for some of these people. So I think we have to determine, plus once you do this, then we're going to write rules on all this stuff, right? On more of the interpretations and all that. I mean,
certainly we'll provide more outreach.
And we don't even know what we're voting on, how those rules go. Or, I mean, the idea when you start off so broad that anybody can interpret anything, then when you start writing it becomes so difficult. So I struggle with this, as that's why I couldn't vote for it before, and I appreciate all the changes you guys have done. And I mean, I know that CoLab and those appreciate all the hard work you've done to make some of those changes. I appreciate this idea you listen. Where years ago I don't think we were listening to some of this, and I really appreciate what you're doing. But again, as Supervisor Parks agreed, it's just such a broad thing to say any. And you don't oversee every single person that somebody comes in contact with. They can use the word any.
Michael?
Just a question. The MS4 language you referenced, would that be, my thought is maybe you could incorporate that language instead of the any other permit language. Does that narrow it at all? Does that help the situation?
So I understand the proposition would be any county authorization to, or
I'm just trying to help you because he's saying that that's very broad, which is understandable, and you're saying, but MS4 says we have to have this certain language. Is the MS4 language narrower than the way you have it written now?
No, here's a little bit of dilemma is that the state regional board, they typically don't do CEQA, they don't do land and discretionary ministerial permits. That's just not even there. And with this permit, they actually stepped into that realm a bit, and then it's us to sort through that. But I think perhaps maybe adding the suggestion, perhaps just an area to ministerial or discretionary will be sufficient for what?
Is that standard language?
I've seen this on page 3 of the Exhibit 1.
Mm-hmm.
It has the item J pointed out. And so instead of saying for which either discretionary land use approval or any permit is required, you could just say for which either discretionary or ministerial approval or permit is required.
That'd be
Let's
fine.
spell it out.
Yeah. Okay.
Any other
Yeah, any other questions? So what's the pleasure of the board?
move staff's recommendation with the minor change to J as reported?
Okay.
County Council have that?
Yes.
We make that clear enough?
Okay.
So that would go to first reading again, correct?
Mm-hmm. And
This would be the first reading.
first reading. And then we close the public hearing? Mm-hmm. So, did you make the motion?
Is this working?
Okay.
Looks like it's working now.
Supervisor Parks and second by Bennett. Okay. Okay.
It's coming.
Mhm.
I appreciate again all the change. I can't vote for it, but I appreciate all the change, everything else you've done. So thank you.
Thank you, Gerhard.
I have chosen not to vote for it because I still think it's too restrictive what we're doing.
It's approved 4-1.
Okay. So,
Okay.
wait, I need to read the title.
You have to read the.
Title.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Whoops.
While she's getting ready to read that, I just want to compliment staff for, again, I think, going back, taking input, and trying to make modifications. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Good work working with
Title of
them.
the
Go ahead,
ordinance.
Michael. I mean, Roberta.
An ordinance of the Ventura County Board of Supervisors amending Division 6, Chapter 9, Articles 1 through 9 to the Ventura County Ordinance Code relating to stormwater quality management for unincorporated areas.
Thank you. And now we have item 45. And this is a public hearing too.
Good afternoon, Chair Zaragoza, members of the board, Mr. Powers. For the record, Kelly Shirk, County Executive Office of Human Resources. This is the board letter for you today is the second hearing on an ordinance to place the classifications of Director of Animal Services and Deputy Director of Animal Services into the unclassified service.
Okay, this is a public hearing, I don't have any speakers, so any questions from the board?
This is a second hearing on this. Go ahead and second the motion.
Close the public hearing. Okay, then we got a motion by Long and second by Parks. Okay. And Bennett?
I don't know. Are you going to vote, Steve? on
Supervisor
this one?
Bennett?
The second ordinance on animal reg, animal services.
Thank you.
Okay, and that's approved. I have 4 minutes before 2, so we got to wait till 2 o'clock, another 4 minutes for the 2 p.m. time certain. 1:50, it's 2 o'clock someplace, but 1:56 here. a time certain to 2 p.m. Public hearing, item number 46. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Chairman Zaragoza and members of the board. My name is Shelley Sussman, and I will be presenting this pre-screening for a text amendment to the non-coastal zoning ordinance submitted by Agrimin. My presentation today will cover the proposed text amendment, the text amendment process, our planning division analysis, and recommendations and next steps. Agrimin is a locally based manufacturer of soil products, and they would like to amend the non-coastal zoning ordinance to allow commercial organics processing facilities on AE zone land. The code currently actually allows such facilities, but not on AE zone land that has been designated as part of the important farmland inventory, which I will speak more of in a moment. The existing ordinance also does not allow for organics processing facilities on land that is under an LCA contract or a Land Conservation Act contract. Here's the existing ordinance language. As I said, it specifies that no organics processing operations shall be located in the AE zone on those land use designations: prime, statewide importance, unique, or locally important. And those designations come from the important farmland inventory, and the important farmland inventory is a way for the state to track and rank the quality of agricultural land throughout the state. One IFI category that is not on this list is grazing land, and our existing ordinance actually does allow for organics processing facilities on AE zone land that is designated as grazing. So essentially, our existing ordinance does two things. It prohibits commercial organics processing operations on AE zone land with an IFI designation, and it prohibits organics processing facilities on land under LCA contract. Agrimin's proposed amendment would allow for commercial organics processing facilities on AE zone land classified as IFI. They propose to limit the countywide conversion of such lands for this use to about 1,800 acres. And they also propose to limit such facilities to land with an agricultural land use designation in the general plan. Oh, this loses a little when it's blown up to this size. This is actually a map of all of the IFI land in the county, all the way from prime, statewide, and so on. But it's important to note that the text amendment deals only with AE zone land that has an IFI designation. But IFI essentially exists throughout the county. Agrimin is seeking this text amendment so they can move forward with what they call the Ventura County Biogenics Facility. This proposed facility would be on a 450-acre parcel owned by Limonera, located, again, I'm sorry for the quality of this, but just east of Wells Road and just west of the jail, Todd Road Jail. It has an agricultural land use designation in the general plan. It's zoned AE40, it's considered prime, and it has an LCA contract. It is under contract. And the project components, the primary project components of the biogenics facility are composting using feedstock from Ventura County only, and energy generation. And again, this is a 450-acre parcel, and their proposed facility would be about 30 acres of that 450 acres. The ordinance does allow an interested person to make a direct request to the board to consider a proposal for amending the non-coastal zoning ordinance. And we are in the pre-screening stage of that amendment process. Pre-screening allows your board to screen out applications that don't meet amendment criteria, and those applications that are found not to be consistent with adopted land use policies and goals. There are specific criteria used to determine if such modifications are warranted. Essentially, it's public health, safety, general welfare, good zoning practice, and consistency with the general plan. And these criteria form the basis for our analysis. The board's options at this stage are to authorize the Planning Division to proceed with processing the text amendment, or you can determine that the proposed text amendment doesn't represent a policy direction that you can support, and or you can determine that the proposed text amendment doesn't meet the amendment criteria. A couple of important things to keep in mind. This pre-screening authorization does not imply your ultimate approval if and when a text amendment comes back to you. Additional analysis and refinements would definitely be, will definitely be required. And this pre-screening today only applies to the text amendment and not Agrimin's biogenics project. The basic land use policy question for your board is, should commercial organics processing facilities be allowed on AE zone land with an IFI designation? Specifically, is the proposed text amendment consistent with the general plan policies and goals, and does it constitute good zoning practice? The Planning Division concluded that the proposed text amendment does warrant further processing if it is revised to address certain issues. And each of the issues listed here correspond to the 5 recommended revisions that are in your board letter. A major part of our analysis focused on whether the proposed amendment was consistent with the general plan. And because Agrimin is proposing to change regulations on AE zone land, we looked at the general plan goals and policies that apply to AE zone land. AE zone land is located within 2 general plan land use designations. I'm going to see if this is... Oh. The blue is AE zone land in the open space, and the green is AE zone land in the agricultural land use designation. And you can see that the open space land use is quite mountainous, and the agricultural land use designation is generally flat. With respect to open space land use goals and policies, these policies focus on resource protection, recreation, protection of public health and safety. As you saw from the map, there are some major topographic and geographic constraints, as well as expected biological constraints. And open space lands generally do not seem well suited for commercial organics processing facilities. And it's because of these considerations that Agrimin is not proposing to allow organics processing facilities in the AE zone on land with an open space land use designation. AE zone land is also allowed within the agricultural land use designation, and the key policies and goals that are most relevant for this analysis are listed here. The focus of goals and policies in the agricultural land use focus on preservation of ag land for the production of food, fiber, and ornamentals. But in addition to cultivation, there is a recognition that ag land may be used for activities related to farming, or those that are accessory to agriculture in the policy sense.
Could you stay on that slide for a second? I just want to, this is an issue on top, so remove as little agricultural land as possible is one of the general plan policies.
Right.
Okay, that's the part that's involved. Okay.
There are also, all of the agricultural land use policies are in the board letter also, in their full form. To make the general plan consistency findings associated with agricultural goals and policies, we asked the following 2 questions. Will the product generated by organics processing operations support, be used by, be related to agriculture in the county? And will development of such facilities be planned and designed to remove as little land as possible from agricultural production? In order to make Agrimin's proposal consistent with the general plan, we determined that 2 revisions were necessary. One, It will be important to establish a minimum percentage of finished compost product that must be used by agricultural operations in Ventura County. And with respect to that recommended revision, we're recommending that the board direct the Planning Division to further analyze what an appropriate level might be. We're also proposing to limit the cumulative countywide conversion of AE zone land within the IFI to 200 acres, as opposed to the 1,800 acres that Agrimin proposed.
Could I ask about that? Originally,
Let me put my glasses on.
Originally, they proposed more than that, correct?
They
And then
proposed 1,800 acres.
And it went to the Ag Policy Advisory Group
Correct.
that suggested 200?
Yes, 200, as we state here, 200 acres was a level that APAC felt they could support. It represents less than 0.5% of AE zone land with an IFI designation.
APAC brought it down from 1,800.
Yes, and the Planning Division felt that was appropriate also. We felt that 1,800 acres was excessive. Yeah.
We have another question here. Go.
Did you say earlier that an operation, a proposed operation like this, a commercial compost operation, would be acceptable by right on grazing land?
Well, it would still need a CUP, but it's not part of what is prohibited by that portion of,
Right.
of our zoning ordinance.
It's interesting. Okay. I mean, I know there are other conditions that go with that. But
Yeah.
Do we have other cases where we have limited a particular type of land use to a certain amount of land as opposed to just a zone?
Not to my knowledge. I don't.
And then I just wonder what's the precedent for that? It's like first come, first served. So someone in 20 years from now won't be able to do it because those 200 acres or whatever you have been used. I just don't know what the land use principle is in this. How does it work? I've always seen things, you make your own zone, for example, and say, well, we've only got 200 acres of that particular zone in the county specified for this use, and you do it based on, compatibility and things like that. But I just haven't seen an example of this much square foot or this much acreage will be allowed, and that's it in this zone.
Supervisor Parks, through the chair, one of the things that Shelley will be presenting later on in the presentation is some information on where we currently allow the zones and some of the problems associated with that land that may help answer your question. But in addition to that, it could be that this is a unique situation, and what we would have to do is determine how to track that through the permitting process. I would assume it would be a first-come, first-served basis, but we also discuss the relationship between those 200 acres and how many facilities would be allowed, et cetera. So Shelley will be presenting some more information.
Okay, I look forward to that. I know I've worked before for example, with storage facilities. We only wanted so many in the city of Thousand Oaks, and so you start looking at what zoning would be good for that. And so I look forward to that. And the other question I have, I've never seen also where we've said you must sell your product or this percentage of your product in our county. How can you enforce that, and have we ever done anything like that before? Is this also rather unprecedented?
I would say it is rather unprecedented, although I think the general plan policies in and of themselves apply to the county. So if the general plan policy is saying that we are to remove as little as possible, and they are supposed to be accessory to ag uses in Ventura, then I think that correlation has to be made, that you can't be producing potting soils to sell to Lowe's, right? It has to go, a certain percentage of it has to serve the agricultural industry, and I think that Mr. Camarillo can speak to that as well. I think his existing facilities do that.
I see this more as a product, and I'm more interested in where is the green waste coming from. Are we, basically putting a small landfill? I mean, I know it's not a landfill, but if we're basically putting something like that on land and bringing out-of-county green waste, in this case, into the location. And to me, that's more of what I see this issue is as opposed to what are we going to do with the product, which is, like strawberries, let's give them to the world, or lemons or whatever. I'm not that concerned about to whom or where they live as far as where the product ends up, but rather what kind of facility are we talking about? Is it really an agriculture facility, or is it just another opportunity to have a kind of a landfill type of situation where you're bringing out of county green waste in this case, and it's maybe less costly than having to go through tipping fees and permits and all those kind of things with the landfill. I don't know, but are we at all addressing the out of county aspect of this and the truck trips
Yes.
from out of county?
I think that we were going to look for the board's direction to say that we weren't, that all of the feedstock had to come from Ventura County.
All of the what?
All of the feedstock for this facility needed to come from Ventura County. I know Mr. Camarillo is proposing that as part of the CUP that follows it, but I think that that would be our direction for the...
That to me is more acceptable, realizing what kind of operation we're having. And then since I've got the floor, my last question is just, is this going to incorporate sludge, for example? What is the products you're going to use to make the compost? I know sludge is often used.
And I'm sure that probably Mr. Camarillo can come up later.
Well, I think this is very pertinent to what the county will want to allow in this land use, not what the applicant would like.
When are we allow staff to finish their report, and then we'll allow Mr. Camarillo to come up and share that information with us? Because
I think it's our intent that we would not allow sludge as part of the feedstock. And as Kim said, it's our expectation that the feedstock would be limited to Ventura County. I would also say one of the reasons we didn't necessarily address where is the stuff coming from is because it wasn't really a general plan consistency question as much as, where is the product going to go? We're going to be using ag land to allow these facilities, and in order to maintain the connection to agricultural land in the county, we felt that the connection needed to be made between the product and the end user. But I definitely agree that the source of feedstock is
and I'm sure that
an
Camarillo can
important
talk
question.
about that, because I know the Agriman in Oxnard and most of the green waste that they process stays in the county normally. So I'm sure that he'll address that in a...
If I could, just for the benefit of context here as we're hearing these comments, is I believe that the first two things, the reason that you have this requirement in terms of it going, the product being used here in Ventura County, and then the limiting in terms of size, is to meet our own general plan requirements about agricultural land, and that this has to be sort of complementary to the agricultural land that has, and so that's why it needs to help agriculture, it needs to help the production of those strawberries and those
Right,
kind of
and
things.
I'm sure Mr. Camarillo will speak to this. There is a lot of scientific data out there showing the benefits of compost to agriculture. I'm certainly not the expert, but there is the data out there to support the value of compost.
Exactly. So that's the one, and then the other is because we have this requirement that we need to limit the conversion of the prime ag land as much as possible. That's why you come up with an acreage total. And
right.
I know that's been in some other proposals that haven't gone forward, but it's been in some other proposals. Okay. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Okay. Glasses on, glasses off. The question of SOAR applicability. SOAR requirements would basically be triggered if the ordinance amendment required a change to an agricultural, open space, or rural land use designation, or a change to a general plan, policy, or goal related to those land uses. And we believe that the two proposed revisions that we've described are intended to maintain consistency with the general plan, and therefore we believe SOAR would not be triggered.
And when you say revisions 1 and 2, you mean having a product sold here in Ventura County and limiting the number of acres?
I'm sorry. That is true. The other main text amendment criteria relates to good zoning practice, and these are the 4 questions that emerged from that analysis. The first question we looked at was whether existing zoning provided adequate land for organics processing facilities. And as you can see, there are 7 different zones in the county that currently allow such facilities. And the size of the facility that is allowed varies by zone, and the permit requirements vary from a zoning clearance to a planning commission CUP. Here's a map showing where all of those zones are. And definitely looking at the map, it does appear as though there is adequate land for these facilities. 392,000 acres, give or take, where these processing facilities are theoretically allowed. But what we found when we took a closer look at this available land is that there are some significant constraints associated with much of this land. For example, of the AE zone land, almost half of it is constrained by the IFI designation, and several thousand acres are constrained because they have slopes of 20% or more, and they have identified biological resources on them. Similarly, in open space, the map that we showed prior showed some of the topographic and other constraints associated with open space. And as far as industrial land goes, we have about 940 acres of industrial land in the county, and of that, 93 acres are vacant. And the vast majority of the vacant land averages less than an acre in size. The largest vacant parcel that's zoned industrial is just about 6 acres, which is not really big enough to support certainly medium-size and large-scale facilities. So in total, approximately 84% of the available land has some constraint associated with it. And even the remaining land is also constrained by topography and mountains and its location in the county. It's not centrally located. Limited access, transportation costs would be likely prohibitive and effectively limit the development of these facilities. So based on these constraints, we felt it was appropriate to consider allowing these facilities on land that would be closer to feedstock sources and users of the material. Is the proposed amendment consistent with the purpose of the AE zone in the zoning ordinance? And the purpose of the AE zone in the ordinance is similar to the agricultural goals and policies in the general plan, and therefore we feel that the revisions we're proposing to address general plan consistency would also address consistency with the ordinance. Is the proposed amendment consistent with LCA contracts? As I explained, the existing ordinance currently prohibits organics facilities on LCA contracted land. And the proposed amendment doesn't actually address this question of LCA contracted land. And so in the event that our ordinance is revised to allow these facilities on LCA contracted land, we wanted to ensure that there would be consistency with the Williamson Act and conditions of applicable LCA contracts. And I should note that during our preliminary research for this pre-screening, we did learn that both Santa Barbara County and San Luis Obispo County allow composting facilities on land under contract. Good zoning practice also involves protection of adjacent land uses. And the proposed amendment doesn't directly address this, although there are existing provisions of our ordinance that do address these issues. However, the Planning Division is recommending revision number 4, which is to limit the maximum size of a given facility to 30 acres. It may also be appropriate to limit the percentage of a given parcel that could be used for these facilities, at least where LCA contracts apply. For example, as part of its LCA program, Santa Barbara County limits the size of its facilities to 20 acres, or 10% of the total land under contract, whichever is less. Our final recommendation is to omit the final paragraph of Agriman's proposed text amendment. It's intended to address potential internal inconsistency within the zoning ordinance. However, this would not be our preferred method for assuring that. if the item does come back, the text amendment does come back, it would be our job to make sure that it was internally consistent. With respect to public outreach for the pre-screening process, we did meet with the Agricultural Commissioner, that should read Commissioner, not Commission, back in April. We presented the item to APAC in May. We requested input from the Farm Bureau, and we did notice the hearing. We received letters of support for the biogenics facility from 3 cities, the city of Ventura, Ojai, and Fillmore, and from our Integrated Waste Management Division of the Public Works Agency. Based on our analysis then, our recommended action is to approve the pre-screening for the proposed amendment with the 5 modifications that I've described that are listed here in their entirety. I don't know, should I read them for the record? Okay.
No.
And as far as next steps, if the board authorizes Agriman's text amendment for further processing, our steps would be to finalize the text amendment revisions, process the CUP for the biogenics project, which would include a sequent analysis, conduct public outreach, and present the package to APAC and the Planning Commission, and ultimately to your board. That concludes my presentation. Thank you very much.
If there's any questions from the board, we can take them now. This is a public hearing. I have a couple of speakers
Okay.
that would like to speak. And also, if Mr. Cambrio would like to speak later, you got 10 minutes and then 5-minute rebuttal, whatever staff comes up with. But to start off with, I'm going to call a couple of individuals here as Jenowitz and then Audrey Sloan.
Good afternoon. My name is Josh Janowitz with Agriman. Just briefly, I'm here primarily to answer questions on behalf of Agriman, as are the Harrisons and a representative from the City of Ventura. So thank you for the opportunity to speak. If there's any questions and Bill requires an answer from me, I'll be glad to provide it. Thank you.
Could I ask a question?
Yes.
What do you use to heat up the compost? Do you use manure or sludge or anything?
No, our compost is an organically certified compost, so we actually use a combination of carbon sources and nitrogen, which include, wood waste primarily, and which provides the carbon content, and then we use finer material like grass clippings or other similar material to provide the nitrogen. So we don't use sewage sludge or manure in any of our compost. As I said, it would violate our organic certification that's associated with our compost.
Mm-hmm.
So that you wouldn't have a problem if we prohibited that?
No. In fact, our certifications essentially already prohibit it.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thanks.
Our next speaker is Audrey Sloan. Sloan. Okay, and he's not here then. Mr. Camarillo, you'd like to?
Good afternoon. Thanks for hearing this today. I do understand the importance of this text amendment as it allows us hopefully to move forward with this, what I think is a fascinating project. Agriman's been in the business of making soil products for over 40 years, and then the organics recycling transformation process for about the last 20 years since the inception of Assembly Bill 939. And our view of organics in general is truly that they are a gift from the sun of the form of energy that we've been able to transform back into organic fertilizers for primarily agricultural use. As you know, a lot of legislation is sunsetting in 2020, which, believe it or not, is only 8 years away, to include the new bill AB 341 requiring 75% recycling, organics being the largest portion of that. This project is going to become very important for us to meet a lot of that legislation demand in 2020 for the 75% recycling, renewable portfolio standard for alternative energy sources, and lots of other benefits for agriculture as well. We are hoping to be able to move forward with this project because it does help solve our community's organics waste streams. To date, there's about 180,000 tons of green waste food waste generated in Ventura County. We operate 3 facilities within Ventura County to manage those tons for all 10 cities and the county unincorporated areas. Today, what we're really doing is just pioneering the past with today's technologies. Technology keeps getting better and better by the day. Talk about green opportunities, green jobs, green energy. The digesters that are available now to help us process food waste will also be used to produce methane gas for fuel for our transportation vehicles, electricity, and heat. Some of the other units that we're looking at will also produce syngases, a product called biochar for filtration, and nutrients for agriculture. The lion's share of these volumes are used by agriculture. And it's been Agriman's mission to keep those products safe, food safe, free of contamination, to be used on properties that are here in Ventura County. We've had a partnership with Limoneira Company for 8 years now, managing what we call the Western Green Waste Organic Shed, which is primarily the City of Ventura, City of Santa Paula, City of Fillmore, county unincorporated areas, actually Carpinteria, which is on the southern end of Santa Barbara County, to keep compliance with AB 939 and other legislation that we're trying to meet. So this facility becomes a model for the future on how we harvest the energy from organics. Believe it or not, there's a lot of organic nutrients in there that typically are purchased that are petrochemical that we're replacing today. So not only are we replacing petrochemical fertilizers in the ag scenario, we're also reducing their water needs, land erosion, pesticide use, herbicide use, with this product that's generated by the communities that we live in. So this project, we worked diligently with staff, and I want to thank staff for helping us through this process and helping us frame what we thought would be something that was suitable to us to be allowed to move forward to take care of Ventura County's organic waste streams. And I'm happy to answer questions. I probably know way too much to get all stuffed in 10 minutes. But we are setting the precedents. We have been doing that for the last 20 years. We're a leader in the industry. We work with companies like Waste Management that are here today. My partners, Jim Harrison and Ralph Harrison, are here, who have been visionaries, putting their money where their mouth is to try and make these projects viable and doable here in Ventura County, so that we aren't in the same position that LA County, Orange County, and these other counties are in, with no solutions on how they're going to manage those massive volumes of organic waste streams.
Supervisor Long has a question for you, Bill.
Yes.
And I know that you have studied this extensively. How many projects similar to yours would realistically be possible in our market? And if we have a 200-acre limitation, is that too limiting, or is that sufficient acreage to be able to have other systems and handle the market supply?
I believe it's a good starting point. Some of the things that we're working on legislatively is to get carbon credits to agriculture. Well, one of the things we're trying to do is create a lower input cost for our agricultural partners here in Ventura County. And energy is their biggest cost, whether it's electricity or gas or fertilizers or water, basically all the input costs to growing food. We are trying to reduce that input cost and help them become more sustainable, so they can use that as part of their marketing and branding to penetrate the marketplace and give them more a competitive edge here in Ventura County. But 200 acres would allow us to probably site 3 facilities in Ventura County to manage the volume in Ventura County. But what we see in the future, as we get better at harvesting that energy, much like what's happened on the recycling side, it'll actually become a commodity. Technology continues to get better to allow us to convert that into organic fertilizers and displace petrochemical fertilizers. You're going to have a demand pull. And I'll just give you an example. Limoneira Company farms 4,100 acres in Ventura County. Just 20 tons per acre of organic fertilizer would outconsume 2 times the amount that we're proposing to put on this one project, which is 100,000 cubic yards. They would demand over 200,000 tons of compost on 4,100 acres at 20 tons per acre, which is almost insignificant. If you actually watched 5 tons per acre be put on the fields that we put today, it almost looks like dust. Compared to if you were doing a lawn, you might put soil amendments down 2 or 3 inches and till them in the soil. So when you look at the compost demand pool in Ventura County with 90,000 acres of productive ag land, even at 10 tons per acre is a massive number. So when you look at the benefits of compost versus petrochemical fertilizers, the fertilizers are immediately what we call bioavailable to the plant. So they're not, when you put chemicals down, they end up in the air, the water table, they sit in the soil, the plants can't break them down or use them. What the compost is doing, which it has done historically for millions of years, is it actually sits as a host for the nutrients for a plant when it's ready to uptake them. And what we're finding out today is not only is it benefiting the environment, but it's actually saving money. And that's the true economic driver, is we're driving down input costs for our growers. At the same time, we're benefiting the environment and actually getting back to the way old farming practices took place 60 years ago.
So Limonera is going to be using most of your product then?
Yes, and if we're successful with the cap and trade compost use credit to agriculture, and they actually get dollars for those sequestering of the carbon in the soil, it'll actually create a demand pull on compost. So then you might see where the 200 acres might be too small. But it's a good place to start today while we prove those theories out.
Okay, so the short answer is 200 acres may accommodate 3 such facilities, and if the restriction in this text amendment says an 80% or whatever percentage has to be for local benefit, does that still apply? Does 200 acres? The originally text amendment came forward with 1,800 acres. APAC really carved that down, obviously, and they did it based on looking at a percentage of impact of the prime agricultural land. There had to be other considerations that...
Actually, the consideration also that they used is on page 10 of 18 in your staff report. And basically, it said the proposed limit of 200 acres of cumulative loss of agricultural land would provide enough land for 6 to 7 large-scale composting facilities, and this would allow the production of approximately 10 times the amount of finished composting products than is currently generated.
That was based on the 30-acre size that Agriman is proposing for the biogenics facility.
Okay, thank you.
About 6 30-acre facilities could be accommodated on 200 acres.
Bill, let me ask you, the one in Oxnard, on Arnold Road, that handles most of Oxnard, right? The
City of Oxnard, City of Port Hueneme, City of Camarillo, and the county unincorporated areas on that side of the county.
And that's been very successful, the one in
It has.
Yeah.
It's out at the outer edge. I mean, one of the big benefits of being in an agricultural setting is it can be an odoriferous business because it is decomposing materials. Technologies are getting better for us to capture that. One of the technologies that we're proposing on this project is called covered aerated static pile composting, where we actually put tarps over the material. We pull negative air through the material into a biofilter. And we currently have one of those technologies operating at the Oxnard site where we can demonstrate how it works. And that's one of the reasons of having in an agricultural setting where there are no receptors for miles.
Exactly.
So that we don't have that issue.
And also that's going to help us with a 75% reduction in the future.
Well, 32% of the next piece of the waste stream that we have to take out is organic waste.
It's organic.
And ADC, alternative daily cover, is going to be banned. There's a possibility they could ban organics from landfills. And the state's saying we're probably 90 facilities short to manage these large volumes. We're excited about the opportunity to put these in technology to actually create energy and run our vehicles off them. Collection trucks, buses, vehicles off of CNG that's biogas. And just this month, Cal Recycle and the Air Board just adopted that the digestion system is actually negative 15% carbon fuel. So we'll actually be able to run some of our vehicles off a negative carbon credit fuel, which is a big deal. So when you put food waste and green waste together, and we produce methane that can be used for propulsion transportation, it's one of the largest components of the greenhouse gas bill, AB 32.
Supervisor?
Bill, you had talked about using petrochem versus this kind of, what are we dealing with here? I mean, when people put chemicals on, they're trying to do what they need to do to fertilize, to kill bugs, whatever it's going to be. With the production going this way, do we have an increase in crop production? I mean, it's more efficient, more effective. What do we have?
Yes, because we've reached the law of diminishing returns. And growers, no matter how much more chemical they put down, they get no more yield. They actually are seeing a reverse of the process. And the reason that is the chemicals are locked up in the soil because there's no more life left in the soil. So you have to still have bacteria and fungi to break those minerals down so plants can take up the nutrients. And we find through soil testing 70, 80, 90 pounds of nitrogen locked up in the soil the farmer can't even get to. And he's paid almost $1,800 a ton for those petrochemical fertilizers that he can't even unlock and grab a hold of. So by adding the compost, which is a living soil, it has all the nutrients and the bacteria and fungi in it, back to the soil, we're actually starting to break down the fertilizers they've already paid for. They're seeing anywhere from 14, 15 to 20% increase in yields in one crop rotation.
So if I look at it from a standpoint of just 200 acres of ag land being pulled out of the system to do this, we're going to see a much greater production than that 200 acres could produce based on what we're doing with this other. So just as somebody said, well, we're not going to have enough production because to produce this food or produce what we're going to produce off this, what you're saying, because of your ability to do this, we could see all the rest of that ag land produce so much more that would compensate easily for this 200 acres.
And it's the only way we're going to compete.
Right.
Our growers having to be more productive per acre than any grower in the world.
Right.
You know, the Howling Nursery case, growing 7,000 acres of tomatoes on 126 acres using technology and sustainable practices. Right. We're doing the same thing with the growers like the doodahs and the celery growers and the strawberry growers. And to address a recent challenge of fumigants in strawberries, for the last 3 years, Agriman has invested with NatureRipe to solve that problem and use a substrate to grow the strawberries in and eliminate fumigants. Higher production, higher sugar contents in the strawberry, and no fumigants. Fumigants are $3,500 an acre, and if it can be replaced with this organic waste stream that's created by the communities that we live in, one of the biggest challenges that we have, and the Harrisons can attest to it, is transportation costs.
Absolutely.
You know, to drive a trash truck more than 10 miles to get to a location is extremely expensive. And then once you get past that point, now you have to transfer, and that costs a lot more money. So having these facilities far enough outside the communities we live in, within an agricultural setting, creating energy and fertilizers for the growers that live or work in those areas, we're actually creating a sustainable community solution within the footprint. So a case study is Steve Gill. We all know about what Steve Gill did over at his place.
The onions.
He took his own waste stream, which was homogeneous, ran it through a digester, created electricity, saved himself $700,000 off his electrical bill, reduced his transportation costs by $400,000 from having to haul it far away, and reduced his greenhouse gas footprint by 30,000 metric tons, which by 2020 could be worth $1.5 million coming from the petroleum companies. That's a case study of how you close the loop and create a sustainable solution for a company. Now try to do that for an entire community where we don't know what the feedstocks are like. They're not homogeneous. We've had to investigate technologies that gave us a wider bandwidth, find locations and strategic partners like Limonera, who's here today, and the Harrisons and Waste, and get us all together to find a common thread to solve that problem. And we've done that with this strategic relationship. A lot of the things that we wanted to do on this property were already doable. Renewable energy, agricultural composting. But what we couldn't do is we couldn't share the product with other growers in the region, because once you do that, it now becomes a commercial compost center. And that's where the designation became an issue. So that's why we're here today.
It's not a landfill.
Yeah. And if
It's
I
not
look
a
at
landfill.
It's not a landfill.
if I just real quick finish up, look at what you're doing then for that overcoming, plus the water is a big issue for all of us, you're saying, because understanding this side of what I've learned about this is that just a lot less water is required to grow with composting. And again, part of our whole goal here in this county as part of our strategic plan was to make sure that we can continue to get ag to go. So I appreciate what you're doing. I mean, it's an interesting way of seeing this.
27% water reduction on Limonera's property in the last 8 years that they've sold to their customers as part of their sustainability program to get a little bit more money for their lemons. So sustainability sells when you use it as a brand enhancement. So when you're competing against lemons that are grown in South America, and you're fighting for the space on the shelf at Albertsons, where the Harrisons and Waste Management and Agriman closed the loop for Albertsons, getting them to zero waste by recycling all their organic waste. Now Limonera has a chance to say they participate in this program to get shelf space at a couple pennies more per lemon, which is a big deal for Ventura County.
Okay, well, one more question for Bill, and I have 9 Drake. Go ahead.
Steve was
Super
before me.
Bennett?
I talked to you about a year ago, as you guys are moving forward with this project, and I just want to start off by just saying, watching the partnership come together. Earlier today, we talked about the partnerships in terms of those things coming together. But watching the partnership come together with Lee Manera, with the Harrisons, with you, again, has just been an example of what's kept Ventura County as a real leader in the whole issue of recycling that is out there. So I really welcome. This is the last. When you think about it, the sun converts soil and other nutrients into product, and you're really completing that cycle all the way, bringing it back. In terms of in terms of the 200 acres, 100 acre issue, 200 acres that are out there, you guys are fine with that. My understanding is you guys are fine with that change, right?
Today, we think it's a great starting point. In the future, 8 years from now, we may say that was way too small because the energy source for our growers in Ventura County, there is a demand pull. And at that time, we will address that. But today, for Ventura County tons, for the partnerships that we're developing today, it's well within what we need to continue to move forward with this project.
Right. Okay. All right.
Supervisor, excuse me, go ahead.
Go ahead. No,
I'm sorry. Mr. Bender, were you done? Supervisor?
Just that certainly you're one of the premier, if not the premier, green industry here in Ventura County, and I love what you do.
Thank you.
And so it sounds like you're looking at Ventura County being your source for your commodity. And the question I have is, in terms of where you're going to get the green waste from, will you be getting it other than Carpinteria from Ventura County?
The lion's share of what we're doing today is Ventura County, Carpinteria. We have LA County tons that we manage over on Newhall Land and Farms property, ranch, and we're trying to manage tons where we work. So we also have facilities in Orange County. There's a lot less farmland in Orange County that could have taken a lesson about probably 40 years ago. But today they can't manage their 1 million tons of green waste.
Can we quote you on that, though?
Well, there's a balance in everything, right? The key is balance. And finding that balance so that benefits economic drivers and the environment at the same time is the challenge.
Well, and then looking at trying, by state law to get to that diversion rate, 75%.
That's right.
It will help our county reach that. And I'm just wondering, are we going to be seeing contracts from, Beverly Hills with all their green waste coming in to, Santa Paula area, or is it going, is that something else that you would feel is a potential, or is it something that we can, as we're looking at constraining where it can be sold, looking at constraining where it comes from? Because for Ventura County, it helps if it's coming from Ventura County. It's helping our diversion rate, and it's reducing the long-distance truck trips, which I think is important for the environment, too.
And I think a lot of that can be controlled at the discretionary permit level, the CUP level. Wherever these facilities are sited, you still have control. What we're asking for is the ability to get to the party. And without this zone text amendment, we can't even submit an application. And I think a lot of that can be addressed at that point, especially in the future, because what if more digesters and pyrolysis plants that are producing syngas and biogas and fertilizers for agriculture are going to require more feedstocks, not necessarily processed here, maybe processed where they're generated, and the only thing we're receiving is a fuel source. And that's how I see organics. It completes the carbon cycle. Trees and plants absorb CO2. If they're allowed to themselves to die and release it, it's carbon neutral. If we manage it, we're sequestering it because we control how it decomposes. We sequester the carbon and then we put it back in the soil. So we're actually removing CO2 as the major greenhouse gas from the environment. And the more we can do, whether it's here in Ventura County, LA County, Orange County, we're only going to be creating solutions for these organic waste streams that need a home, and especially to benefit our farmers.
Bill, the Harrisons have been servicing Carpinteria for years and years and years, right? So
Correct.
Carpinteria is almost part of Ventura County.
It's right on that edge.
Okay, we have Nan Drake, one of your
Thank you.
We'll give you 3 minutes, Nan.
Don't need it. Nan Drake, Harrison Industries, Agriman. I never really ever thought I'd be saying that trash was a science project, and that's what it is. I'm glad to hear both Supervisor Parks and Chairman of the Board, Zaragoza, mention Carpinteria. That's all I wanted to say. There's a long history of trash. They've been with us since the beginning. There are tons at Gold Coast, help pay the bills, and so they definitely are part of our system. Their trash is in Tolan. All of their tons are already in the county, and I would want them to be included in any kind of an out-of-county, whatever that was mentioned, that they're in the system.
Right.
Thank you.
Okay. Any additional questions? Any additional information from staff?
Mr. Smith, could I ask you a question? I know that you're in the audience. You're an expert on issues of alternative daily cover and all those kind of things. I'm just wondering about the economics in terms of do companies, or is the green waste a commodity? Do you pay for it when you use it as an alternative daily cover?
Well, we're probably a little different out here in Simi. We've been partners with Agriment at the Simi Valley landfill for the past 20 years. So their largest and real first site that they had was actually at our landfill. So we do charge, there is a tipping fee at the landfill for green waste. And we are actually balanced, so we use none of the green waste for alternative daily cover at the Simi Valley landfill. What we do use on site, we do use some for erosion control on the slopes, but we do not use it for alternative daily cover. A lot of that comes back to their facilities in Oxnard, and they compost it over there. So we're one of the, we'll just say that we're ahead of the curve in most of our other landfills around the country.
What about other landfills? Do they have to pay to buy it, or do they, is it something that the person who's dumping has to pay for it if it's green waste?
Well, at this time, there's a tipping fee associated with it. And like the closest landfill, I'm not exactly sure what happens over at Tolan Road, but I know at Calabasas, there's a reduced tipping fee, so they charge you to take green waste there, and they use it for alternative daily cover. Like Mr. Camarillo had mentioned, a lot of landfills are going to ban organics, and then they won't be able to use it for cover. So everybody's going to be looking for a solution, whereas Ventura County through Agriment is light years ahead.
So if a city in LA County has to get rid of green waste, what is their economical way of doing it, since they don't have the agriculture land and they can't compost?
Well, like Bill had mentioned, he's actually working with haulers in Orange County through the associations and waste management throughout Los Angeles, and he's setting up, he's looking to model some of the sites that he has in Ventura in Los Angeles County as well. He mentioned the Newhall area, so he's looking at doing those programs there as well, because they'll all have a problem. It's like for all of us, especially myself, the Camarillos, the Harrisons, it's always been Ventura County first. So, if they're restricting Los Angeles County from bringing in a lot of their material over here into the Agriment sites, we can understand that. That's why he's looking for sites outside of Ventura County to help them as well.
Does Chiquita handle green waste?
They have been up and down on how green waste happens over there. So, I know at one time Agriment was working with them, and I don't believe that they are at this time because of their Newhall project that they have over there.
Maybe Mr. Bellucci can answer the question, just kind of getting an understanding of the market. And is there a lot out there? Thank you, Mr.
Sure,
Smith.
you're welcome. Thank you.
Is there a lot of demand for a location to take care of green waste?
Good afternoon, Bruce Beluski with Integrated Waste Management Division. Just to clarify, then, your question is a lot of demand here in Ventura?
I'm just wondering if
County,
yes, how much, you're thinking about cities that are under the pressure of having to reduce their, waste stream, significantly reduced, so they're really out there trying to find places to put their green waste. And is there a big demand out there for places like what Ackerman is proposing?
Oh, absolutely. Right. There sure is. And then when I attend conferences in LA County or Orange County, we really are the envy of Southern California. What Agriment and the infrastructure we have for green waste really is truly envied. And certainly this type of project, everyone would love to have projects like this to get rid of the green waste and create compost. Absolutely, yeah.
And it is the most responsible way, it seems, of taking the green waste and being able to reuse it and in such a beneficial fashion. I'm just wondering if there's it is also almost an industry out there that we could grow it many, many acres, more than what's being proposed here, because outside Ventura County are a lot of cities that would like to be able to use our land to do that.
I believe you're correct.
Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you. Thank you so much. We want to thank staff, thank the Bill Ackerman and the Harrisons and all the folks that testified today. We have a first and a second.
Yeah.
A motion to approve.
Put a motion forward. I think as this goes through the next steps, we may hear and learn more, but certainly I think it's worthy of moving forward with the text amendment.
Yeah, and I agree. I'll second that. And I think it's a tremendous opportunity for us to keep our focus on ag, which is our big industry, and really to help them produce more and keep them competitive and meet the requirements we have to meet. So I think it's a tremendous opportunity. And I think we have enough probably product within our own county that we're not going to have to worry about coming outside of county, because a lot of those other counties can take smaller spots and they can sell them to the Lowe's and all the other things and produce that I guess, like Bill said, every other homeowner's got a deal in their own gardens and their own stuff. They've been putting too much for years, and they need to keep putting these amendments back into their soils anyway. So there's all that.
So I think Bill's in the wrong business. He ought to be a biologist or something.
Thank you. I know Bill's trying to make... I think the Harrisons say, we just hired the smartest guy we know. Is that right?
Well,
half of that went over my head. So
I think we want to, take care of our own first and be protective of assisting and engaging, enhancing the industry and growing it here first.
Supervisor Bennett?
One of the other things I think that is appropriate for us to point out right now is that we've been proactive in trying to adjust and think about agriculture and what agriculture needs for the future to stay sustainable. This is one of those things. It's really a key for us to continue to think proactively. We've been doing that, and this action is one of those things. I think that I appreciate the Ag Policy Advisory Group analyzing. I appreciate staff making sure that we had requirements in here that keeps this all legal with our general plan amendment, keeps it all legal with SOAR, et cetera. All of that is that partnership that makes it work, and then the work of Harrison's and Limonera and Egerman together. So that's the other thing I wanted to point out as we get ready to hopefully approve this thing.
Right. The only thing I didn't ask, Bill, how many jobs are we talking about?
That's right.
We're up to over 100 now, so just keep going.
That's it.
I would like to, as it goes through the Planning Commission and they get their feedback, I would also like them to look at this concept of taking care of our own first, because we do want to meet our county's diversion rate, and all of a sudden if we end up with this great resource out here and it's being used for cities outside of Ventura County, we're, I think, not doing our county as good as we could. So I would like that to be part of it. And,
I see.
Supervisor Foy, if that could be, or Supervisor Long, part of the motion.
Well, is that part of the CUP?
I think
that'll come. I think direction to staff to look at that being certainly a
keep it in county. Most of it in county, Kim.
Principle, something.
Well, it's interesting. I was just talking for our planning director about that. So I think your request was, how about keeping the feedstock in Ventura County?
Well, and Carpinteria.
Yeah, exactly. But I would point out there is an advantage right now in that they have a much smaller area to study. So if that's what we intend to do, and I think that the applicants are fine saying, hey, we've got plenty here. I mean, absolutely plenty here in Ventura County. That it makes the study easier, and also I think this first time through, I think it gives everybody more comfort as we do this, that we're not just becoming something that's going to ship everything in.
I'm fine with that.
Kim, you're okay?
Do you have any problem?
No.
Kim,
I would like to add that as, I would like to support adding this as an amendment, and that is Ventura County with the, and the Carpinteria area.
That's it, just
right now.
Exactly.
Right now.
Yeah.
So do you want to include it in the motion, or should it be an amendment?
I'll roll it in the motion, make it easy.
Roll it in the motion. Kim, we okay with that?
Yes, I think that's a great idea.
Does that give you? Is that all the direction you need through this whole thing right now? I mean, Unless there's something
You want to
else.
reiterate them?
The only other direction that we were looking for, if your board was inclined, was the direction of if you had an idea of the established through a planning division directed process, that's item number 1, a minimum percentage of finished composting products from commercial organics. If you had an idea of that number, if you wanted to start us out with a number, any direction that we get from your board really narrows our focus moving forward. So that was
Minimum percentage.
So, I mean, what is Agerman, how much is
Bill?
going to our current
I
ag?
find this one to be really difficult
Yeah.
because you all of a sudden have to enforce that, then they got to
And
open
we don't
their
have that
books, you
data.
got to see, and what,
Yeah.
if they're going to sell it to someone who then sells it to someone who ends up outside the
Yeah.
county, I just find
Yeah,
that one
that's
hard to enforce.
I would also say that it might be hard to enforce, but that would be our charge to go forward. But that is absolutely critical to meet the general plan policies. So that's
Whether it may be or not as we go through with the CUP, but it should be our stated process now. Again, I would just offer, this is we're doing something where we're talking about prime ag land in terms of the modifications. So I think we ought to be cautious with staff's and take staff's recommendation, which is
County council made a comment on some of this.
Leroy?
okay.
You know, I mean,
Yeah. Just on this question of the percentage, I think that the way that staff has established modification number 1, it's general, and that it go through a planning process to determine that number. At this point in time, even though this is a quasi-legislative action, which is a pre-screen to a potential zoning ordinance text amendment, it would still require some sort of findings or some attachment to fact. And at this point in time, I don't think the record is sufficiently clear enough for your board to step out and say X percentage. So it would be my recommendation to stay with modification number 1 and let staff understand all of that, what you have said, and then develop that number through the planning process.
Oh, okay. Good. Part of the motion? Is that part? That's
Well,
all?
that's staff. Just stay on staff. That's
Okay.
right. Staff's recommendation.
Okay.
Okay.
All righty.
Okay, good.
Well, let's go ahead and vote on it.
Good work, everybody.
See, Bill, we can be as confusing to ourselves as you confused us.
Mike? Okay, that's approved. Thank you so much.
Good work, staff. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All righty. Our next item is item 47.
I got a 2-minute break.
2-minute, is it 2-minute break? Okay, let's get 2-minute break. Okay, we're going to reconvene our meeting of the Board of Supervisors, and our next item is item 47, time certain. Christy.
Well, thank you very much. Good afternoon. My name is Christy Madden with the County Executive Office. I know you've all had a very long day, so I'm going to try and keep this brief. We have a lot to cover, but I'll do my best. I wanted to take a couple of minutes to update your board on some changes that have occurred in the policies, procedures, roles, responsibilities with respect to homeless issues. It's been a while since your board approved the county 10-year strategy to end homelessness back in 2007, and a lot has changed since then. There is an attachment to your board letter that's a very comprehensive outline of some of the changes. I'm not going to make any effort to cover all of the detail contained in there, but do feel free if you have questions about those things I don't cover to ask questions at the end of the presentation. In the audience today, we do have Kathy Rudnicki down to her last 2.5 days of employment. We have our county partners and some community partners as well. This is a very complex topic, and I certainly don't pretend to be an expert in this field, so I may defer to people in the audience to answer some of those questions.
And I just want to point out, and Kathy got a very well-deserved editorial in a newspaper. That's right. That was great.
That's right.
Very nice. Very nice. Okay, so let's start with the HEARTH Act. HEARTH stands for the Homeless Emergency Assistance and Rapid Transition to Housing, and it was legislation that was signed in 2009. The HEARTH Act has new emphasis on rapid rehousing, homeless prevention, and permanent supportive housing. It also revamped the Emergency Shelter Grant Program to the Emergency Solutions Grant Program, and your board did allocate some funding for the new ESG a couple of months ago. The new Emergency Solutions Grant funding for homeless prevention and rapid rehousing, however, is available to people who are up to 30% of area median income. You may recall that the Homeless Prevention and Rapid Rehousing Program, HPRP, and subsequently funded by your board with some general fund dollars, goes up to 50% of AMI. So that is a pretty significant change in ESG. The HEARTH Act also significantly expanded the definition of homelessness. It includes people who are at risk of homeless, and significantly it also includes families where at least one family member is defined as chronically homeless. Under the HEARTH Act, all of decisions are supposed to be data-driven, meaning that we're supposed to be looking at performance and outcomes and gaps and needs to make our decisions of where funding is allocated. This program consolidated 3 competitive grant programs under the HEARTH Act to give jurisdictions greater flexibility so that they can meet local needs. It also requires the designation of a unified funding agency within each continuum of care. In addition to preparing the continuum of care application, which is what the Homeless and Housing Coalition had been doing, the UFA, as they're referred to, is the entity that receives the HUD funding and allocates it out to the subrecipients, manages contracts, monitors performance, and provides fiscal accountability. And the Homeless and Housing Coalition decided that they didn't have the administrative capacity to take on those assignments. So those are other requirements of the Unified Funding Agency. In 2010, the federal government prepared the first federal strategic plan to prevent and end homelessness. It broke down all of the silos between 19 separate federal agencies that deal with homeless issues. It established a series of core values, a few of which include homelessness is unacceptable. There are no homeless people, only people who have lost housing and deserve to be treated with dignity and respect. Homelessness is expensive. It's far better to take our limited resources and to invest them in solutions than deal with the problems after the fact. They also assert that homelessness can be prevented. The Federal Strategic Plan established some specific goals within the plan, and they want to finish the job of ending chronic homelessness in 5 years, to prevent and end homelessness amongst veterans within 5 years, and then to prevent and end homelessness for families and youth within 10 years. I believe that the emphasis on the chronic and the veteran homelessness is because those tend to be the populations that are most expensive to deal with. The federal strategic plan also introduced the concept of housing first and transition in place. Housing First, also referred to as rapid rehousing, is a relatively recent innovation in human service programs and social policy regarding how we treat homeless people. The philosophy of Housing First is that it is not necessarily dependent on housing readiness. In the old model, people went into emergency shelters, they proved that they were worthy of moving into transitional housing, they moved into transitional housing and ultimately moved up into permanent supportive housing. In Housing First, people are put into housing immediately, and there is no specific requirement that people avail themselves of supportive services. It often takes years to build trust of people who have lived on the street for years, sometimes decades, to get them into services, to get their health issues resolved, and to build their independence. The transition in place model is often used with families or people who have recently fallen into homelessness. With transition in place, the supportive services are catered to the needs of the individual or the family who is getting those benefits. The services tend to diminish over time as people gain independence and ability to live independently. The pilot programs across the nation for both Housing First and Transition in Place are heavily dependent upon having built partnerships with landlords who are willing to accept people from these programs, intensive social services to provide the support while they're living in those environments. There needs to be funding for security deposits and for ongoing rental support. So it's not a program that is inexpensive, but experience suggests that the programs are effective. I will note that housing authorities are very important partners in dealing with these populations. I suggested that we endorsed our 10-year strategy to end homelessness. This board did that back in 2007. Over the past year and almost a half, a committee co-chaired by Supervisors Bennett and Long had been working on a recalibration, we're calling it, of the 10-year strategy to end homelessness. And that recalibration is intended to look at the new policies and procedures coming down from the federal government, to recognize our successes, and there have been many in this county that we should be proud for, and to develop and recalibrate our recommendations for the future. This process is facilitated by Joe Coletti, who is a consultant to the Ventura County Homeless and Housing Coalition, and Mr. Coletti has been involved with Ventura County since the first 10-year strategy and also helps facilitate the development of the Continuum of Care application for the Homeless and Housing Coalition. The committee meetings, they meet monthly, and there are about 20 to 30 people who show up at every meeting, and according to Kathy Brodnicki, there's somewhat over 60 individuals who are on the distribution list. So we have a very broad representation. I think with the initial plan, there were 18 or 20 people who would show up. So there's a lot of interest in this issue. We anticipate that it may take until the end of the year before we have the plan completed and we're ready to go out and solicit endorsement of the new 10-year strategy. The Homeless and Housing Coalition has elected to develop a new focus. They are going back to their initial mission as an advocacy and education organization. They ultimately looked at all of the requirements for the Hearth Act and the fact that Kathy Brodnicki was retiring, and they, after several facilitated conversations with a facilitator, their board looked at all the options and what can they do. I mean, the Continuum of Care brings in a significant amount of money, leverages a lot of resources in this county that deal with homelessness. They ultimately approached the county with a request that we take over the Continuum of Care and a couple of other administrative functions of the coalition. And so we are taking on those responsibilities. I'm checking my notes, excuse me. The continuum of care, taking on the continuum of care, that transition has already started. Oh, where did I go? Oh, there we go. The continuum of care, just so you know, is really a long-term strategic plan to look at the needs of homeless people, the available resources, and where the gaps are. But more importantly, it's a requirement for submitting the continuum of care application to HUD. Preparation of the continuum of care is labor intensive. We don't have the new regulations yet for and the NOFA for the new RFP process, but there have been a whole series of webinars and publications that suggest that the requirements for increased collaboration are going to be increasing significantly. We hope that in taking over the continuum of care, we can coordinate applications amongst jurisdictions in the county, not just for continuum of care, but virtually every jurisdiction in this county gets CDBG money, directly or indirectly, from the Department of Housing and Urban Development. And there's other resources that help to serve these populations. We want to try and minimize redundancy in funding. Many jurisdictions are contracting with the same organizations for the same purpose, so we'd like to try and talk to our partners and see if there's ways that we can minimize that redundancy. We want to ensure that all of the subrecipients that manage these funds have the capacity to comply with all of these new and aggressive requirements. The Homeless Management Information System, referred to as HMIS, or in some circles HUMUS, is an online data management system that is taking on increasing importance from the Department of Housing and Urban Development for qualifying for HUD funding. But more importantly, it's an opportunity for us to be able to work smarter. The 10-year strategy committee is recommending that all agencies who deal with the homeless population, whether they get HUD funding or not, be vested with HMIS. I think currently we have about less than 70% of all the people who are dealing with the homeless population are actually using HMIS. So United Way and the county are in the process of transitioning this program to the Human Services Agency. HSA has a lot of breadth and depth of responsibility to take on these responsibilities, and their client base is often the same as some of the people we're dealing with in HMIS, and they work with a lot of the same community partners. We're certainly grateful to United Way for having taken this over in its infancy years ago, but the requirements from HUD have far outstripped their capacity to handle this.
Yeah, I just want to thank you for certainly detailing this, and to thank both Barry and Melissa and Marissa and United Way and the team for really tackling this because of the importance of it looking ahead to get 100% participation, both for the value of the information it will provide us and both the clients we're serving and the services that are needed, but also in going after additional dollars. So
Absolutely.
It's excellent we moved that direction.
Oxnard has been invited and come to the table. We've had a couple of good meetings with the city of Oxnard, and we're trying to coordinate the continuums of care. There are 2 COCs in this county, and so we want to try and collaborate and effectively work together for that.
Well, and I think that's future discussion too. I think that it's a model that has been in place for a period of time, and perhaps it's time to revisit that. And as we do things so well together regionally, to have future discussions.
I don't think you'd get any argument from the Homeless and Housing Coalition in that arena.
I didn't have my mic
Absolutely.
on. I want to apologize. Work with the city of Oxnard and maybe come up with a partnership or something. Who knows?
Yeah, absolutely. What you see here is a template of a website that HSA is developing to provide an online presence and easy access for all of the users of HMIS. They will have a hotline that will be dedicated to people who have questions in dealing with HMIS. So they had a meeting on June 7th and had all of the users were invited to attend. They're currently doing a comprehensive survey of all of the users members to see what their needs are so that we can try and cater the services that are provided under HMIS to meet their needs. It is hoped that that transition will be complete by August 1st for the new process. So what do we know? Well, we know that change is here and more change is on the way. That's pretty much guaranteed. In anticipation, I will say that our office has been already making some changes and adjustments to how we deal with HUD funding. You may recall that a couple of years ago, we took over direct administration of the CDBG money with the 5 small cities, and we're now looking at a collaborative evaluation of applications when they come in. We get together as a region and look at what's best for the regional community. We'd like to see that philosophy applied broader, countywide, so that we can at least have a conversation. At present, we don't get together and talk about what we're funding with our CDBG dollars, for example. We'd like to try and do a comprehensive countywide assessment. How much money are we talking about that's available to serve these needs? Because while it's not enough to solve the problem, undoubtedly, I'm sure it's significant, and I think that we can work smarter, and I think that we can be more efficient and effective in how we make this program work. We have been effective in doing some countywide programs before. Supervisor Bennett will recall when we did the AB 811 program, we had all 10 cities signed up and on board before CHAFA pulled the rug out from under that. We did the first regional countywide analysis of impediments to fair housing choice a couple of years ago. All 10 cities participated. So we've got a good track record. It's not going to be easy, but I think we can do it. HUD is pushing for more data and community-driven decisions. As you know, HMIS is going to guide our decisions. There's going to be a new consolidated planning tool that all of us who manage direct HUD grants are going to be required to use prospectively, and it will force us to look at some of these regional issues. It will have the opportunity to have one county-wide consolidated plan and then let individual jurisdictions develop their own if they so choose. So we are also hoping to map some of our programs and services. We hear often from some of the cities that they don't have enough services or they have too many services. So we're in the process of trying to map those. And let's look at where are the gaps and where's the holes. And let's make sure that we equalize the services amongst all of our communities. So we do see a lot of opportunities with this pending challenge. So next steps, well, Meg had her last meeting with Kathy Brudnicki a little while ago, trying to suck all that information out of her brain before she takes off. What did I do? I just turned this off. Before she takes off on her vacation to New York. We are continuing to meet with the 10-year strategy recalibration committee and work through those issues. Several subcommittees have been created through that process. There's discharge planning committees that deal with all of the publicly funded systems of care. We have now some in public safety, and we've got some in the healthcare industry. And so we're working hard to make sure that we're not exacerbating the problem by discharging people into homelessness. We continue to monitor all of the publications and the development of regulations and listen to the webinars to position ourselves for all of these evolving requirements. We are faced with a huge responsibility, and I'll tell you that I don't take it lightly and our staff doesn't take it lightly. We know that I believe that we have proven ourselves to take on this new task and these responsibilities, and we will certainly work hard to maintain an open and objective process and try and make this money do as much as we can for these vulnerable populations. So that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Christy. Any questions of Christy? Just a
comment, just to say that you started saying this by saying you're not the experts and you have people here with you, but you certainly excel, Christy, in both understanding what we need to have at the table, who we need to have at the table, looking ahead, which is what we must do, is look ahead, and as we work through this next 10-year plan recalibration, to see where we can continue to serve a population that is still very needy, and as we have found, and as Kathy has said, every year we get the count, we have people who've lived in this community who've been homeless for 10 years and 15 years. Whether by choice or not, we still have a moral responsibility to be working with these folks and helping them best we can. So I appreciate the expertise, and I know Kathy's going away for a short time, but we know where she lives. And we have good people in the community around the table working with us, and good people staying. And what has come as a result of the prior work of the 10-year plan is that most cities now have their embedded homeless task force, whatever name or umbrella they put over it, and that's been invaluable as we continue to work through continuing demands and always fewer resources. So I appreciate the update and looking ahead. So.
Supervisor?
The reason we have this on the agenda today is that this has been a year of analysis, and it's an attempt to try to update the Board of Supervisors and to get it out there to the public that we're getting ready to roll out sort of the next, as we talk about the accommodation or adjustment of the 10-year plan that we adopted 5 years ago in terms of that adjustment. The one thing that I would just offer is that you have an incredibly committed group of people in this county, and you have 8 of them here in this audience right now. You have the 6 women here, and they don't let Rob sit with them back there.
You're in trouble.
But, and then Christy, and just to watch the ownership, develop here at the county level as we're taking on more responsibility has been heartening, because it is our responsibility. But just as we sit here and we talk about foster care, and foster care has a committed group of people, but it needs more recognition. We need more people involved, et cetera. The same thing is true with this homeless effort. They're both easily there's some people taking care of that, and we all have to recognize that. So along that line, I would like to point out that there's a change going on. That's a big change that we should be aware of, and it's coming from the federal government. And I'm not sure that we all necessarily go, oh, yeah, this is exactly what the right thing is to do. But it doesn't matter. When the federal government decides to change the funding, then that's what you have to do, or you don't end up with any funding coming in for your homeless. And so the new things you see there, the transitions that Christy, the home funding, trying to get people in the homes right away, focusing on the chronically homeless, those mean that we're not focusing on emergency shelters like we used to. So 10 years ago, we actually, had more focus on that. Whether this is going to be, I have to tell you, I'm one of those people that go, I think that 5 years from now or 10 years from now, there'll be a new approach to how do you solve this, in terms of it going forward. And we have to, at the street level, trying to deal with these people, we just have to keep taking what comes and trying to make the best of it in terms of going forward, because the funding is so precious for these particular programs. So I guess I just wanted to capture, Christy said it, I wanted to try to emphasize there is change coming. It's change. I don't want to imply that everybody thinks this is all just the best way to do it. There are people that have questions and concerns, et cetera. But everybody's on board because that's the best thing for the homeless at this point in time. Where it evolves, and how well we're going to be able to adjust. But we're going to have to try to find motels all over the city where we can get a few rooms in different motels, for people. We're going to have to find all those things, and resources will always be short. I have to think about the presentation that took place at Patagonia, where hundreds of people there, they were all fired up, and they talked about the number, and they said, well, we could do this with some of our Section 8 housing vouchers, and they're talking about thousands of people, and somebody turned and said, well, does anybody know how many housing vouchers we have? have, and the person from from the housing stood up and said 25, and you could just feel you feel the air, the energy in the room go, oh my gosh, what a daunting task. So in this country, and I mean in this country, we need to devote more resources to these these kinds of things, and 25 relative to the need out there. So anyway, I just wanted to try to encapsulate a big adjustment that we're going to be going through in terms of trying to provide these services, and then also say thank you to the people that are pouring tremendous energy and trying to keep this going. And give you Project Understanding has changed dramatically in the last couple of years, and they will continue to, I'm sure, evolve in terms of how they're going to do this. But Project Understanding and everybody else will be the first to say they could use more resources as we go forward. So, Christy, thank you very much for your leadership on that. Everybody, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Supervisor Long.
Just one last thing in your comment about coming down from the federal government to us, and I think that is true. We have to react and we have to protect the few resources we have, but I think what we're also learning and doing much better at the ground level is that accounting and making sure we're tracking and monitoring, and so that we have real numbers to work with to be able to then talk about at some point how to drive that public policy. So that at some point we're getting listened to at the federal level too in those policy changes, and it's not just driven down to us, because it is frustrating to roll every few years into a focus on a different population and what that means to your resources and your ability to serve.
Michael?
And to that point, I think an excellent example of that is the HPRP program, where you're seeing the immediate results of how many 1,700 people helped in its first year. 1,800. I missed a month. So it moves quickly, and you're helping people every day who really need it. People, adults and children.
And a strong retention rate.
And retention, right. And the number of children, too, is really astonishing when you look at that. So it's a daunting time, but in some ways it seems like an exciting time, because there's I just think people are working really well together. And we're identifying the catalog of services or resources that are out there. How can we use them better, as Christy said, smarter? And the trust that's developed amongst the different partners and people that are working to support the homeless. So I think it's an exciting time, and I think Christy and your team for what you're doing, and all the homeless leadership team that's out here today.
And also want to thank you, too, and the CEO's office and Human Services Agency for taking over the responsibility. And Kathy, have a good time in New York? Yeah. And that was like the supervisor says, it was a great article in the paper. And thank all the staff and all the individuals that have helped out with the Homelessness Committee.
Motion to receive and
Okay, get a motion.
Deborah and Carol and everybody there, and all of you, again, thank you very much. Really
Just looking at the increased coordination that we'll have in Barry Zimmerman's department and all, just being able to follow these people through and help them where we can.
Well, go ahead and vote. And that is unanimous, and thank you, congratulations. And happy holidays to all, and we're going to adjourn. Thank you so much.